All right, pilot, we will wait for your word before releasing the ROV.
Copy. Pilot has control.
Pull the pin. All right, pilot. Line
Pushing
looks
out.
clear. Yeah, you turn port. You look like you're clear of the transom. Might have to give me a little port lateral. And come ahead.
Copy.
With some port lat.
Coming ahead. Port lateral.
Yeah. Thank you. Looking good, pilot. Keep doing what you're doing. Yep. Yep. Okay, tether's out there. You can get lined up, inverse of ship, and we'll check streaming.
Copy. Line dot. Auto headings on. I'm off sticks.
Roger that, pilot. We'll stand by for streaming. We reduced our starboard way. Pilot, we should get you center of the line here in just a moment.
All right. Should I lateral?
Yeah, you can give me a little port lat.
Copy. All right. I see myself center. I'm going off sticks.
Roger. Thanks, pilot. All right, streaming looks good. Deck, let's launch Sirius. Pilot, provide slack as you see fit.
Copy. Backing.
That slack looks perfect, pilot.
Copy. Backing at 50.
You're doing great, pilot.
Copy. Backing at 50 still. Increasing back. 70.
Okay. Looks fine. You could probably go off stick, pilot, at this point.
Copy. Pilot off stick.
Okay, Sirius is in the water. Winch 0 the count. Pilot 0 the turns.
Turns have been zeroed.
Counter reset.
Lines are clear. Pilot, are you ready to descend?
Pilot's ready.
All right, let's go down to 50 at 15 meters a minute, please. Winch will do the same.
Copy.
Down. One zero, wire out.
D2 passing 17.
Roger, 17. Two zero, wire out.
D2 passing 24.
Roger, 24.
Dive Soup ROV Nav.
Hey, Nav.
Good tracking both vehicles.
Roger, good tracking both vehicles. Thank you for the update. Three zero, wire out.
D2 passing 35.
Four zero, wire out.
D2 passing 45.
Roger, 4-5. I'll stop 50 meters. Winch. Dive super.
Go to soup.
You know what to do.
Winch control has been passed to the co-pilot.
Co-pilot has good winch control.
Copy that, co-pilot. Nav will pass control to the bridge as is, and then we'll have the bridge work into autopause.
Copy.
So keep an eye on streaming.
Dive soup ROV nav.
Go ahead, Nav.
So we're a bit west of our drift has taken us pretty far west of our waypoint 1. And I guess is the plan to come to a soft stop once we get a little bit deeper.
Copy, standby 1 now. Hey, Nav, I'm back with you. Do you want to keep drifting, or do you want to do auto-pause and a ship move?
I think we can come to a auto pause.
Auto-pause? All right. Hey, bridge, this is Dive Super.
Go ahead, dive suit.
Okay, you can punch in port prop, port rudder, and work your way into auto position, please.
Sounds good.
All right, Nav, bridge has control. They're working auto-pause. You ready to take comms? I'll come down in a second.
Naves comms.
All right.
Yeah, I was just thinking that it might be tough to go if we overshoot it to come back up to it. It's like 1.3 coming. Okay. All right.
RV nav bridge.
Go ahead, bridge.
Just wanted to let you know our port prop and rudder are enabled and we are in auto pause.
Thank you, bridge.
Thank you.
Copy. Dive soup. Are you on comms right now?
RV nav, winch.
Go ahead, winch.
Hey, be advised, I've done my last winch round. All looks good. Going off comms.
Good copy. Thank you, winch. Bridge, ROV nav. Yeah, are you able to make a ship move? Can we do 250 meters, bearing 114 at decimal 2 knots, please? Good copy, Bridge. Thank you. Got about 75 minutes to bottom. I just put it in. I don't. Let's see. I don't know if they're. Did they start yet? Oh yeah, 19. I put it in 2 minutes ago. Oh, sorry, 250 meters. Yep, sorry. Okay. Did I enter it correctly? Point two. Okay. 41 minutes. 74 to get down, 41 to get to that point. Okay. And let me know if you want me to increase the speed. It's at decimal 2 knots currently. So. Yeah, me either.
Hello. Where did my little fuzzy go? So I'm centering all my controls now on my pedestals and my gains. Okay, now capping the camera. You're seeing on the waveform now on the far left, I'm bringing that flat line down to the base, and that also keeps that dot in the center of the vector scope in the center. This pulls the pedestals out of the zone of what we refer to as the flares and back into the area we refer to as the blacks or pedestals. This is the master black that I'm adjusting. Okay, so that's there. And now, if I change my vector scope to a lightning mode, you can see those little dots in the center. A little out. Says let's take my blue into the negative direction. That upper part of that dot is moving out to the left. Now bring it back to the right. It lines up. So +7 is good. Now going into the red of the pedestals. Taking the red negative, takes the bottom section to the left. Bringing it back, lining it up. And +7 looks good there. Now as I raise that, those should stay in perfect line. And when I'm not in lightning mode but standard vector, that dot should stay within the box. And it does. Okay, irising up. I go into my red gains. Adjust the blues, which is the top set of lines on the vector lightning chart. And this is also affecting the lines at the very top of the X cross. And now I'm doing the reds. That will affect the bottom dots on the lightning chart on the right, on that bottom left quadrant. See the reds really get affected in the water at this. One of the first colors to go away, so we have to end up increasing that significantly. to compensate for the color distortion through water, ocean water. Okay, so I like that. Okay. Now next is to go to and check the, looks like the blue gains are off, so I need to go back in there again. That is the top part of that lightning chart on the right hand side of the vector scope in the lower left quadrant of the quad split. Okay. And now I'm going to go into the flares. Flares on the chart is the very lower lines on the cross, and in the straight lines on the right of the vector scope, that is the two center dots of that column. Copy 300 meters. Blue's going out. Line that up. Doing the reds. That's out in that direction. And that's good there. As I go through this, I store these settings. Now I just need to check the gammas. The blues will be the curved part of the dots on the right of the lightning chart, and that'll be right at that cross, center of the cross where the two lines cross over on the left part of the chart. See the top dots, or the curve of those middle dots on the upper right top line are going to the left, and now I'm bringing that curve back to the right. This lines up the gammas, and that's sort of the mid-level brightnesses. Going into the reds. Now I'm doing the bottom set of that lightning chart. Okay, that looks really nice. Store these settings. Pull out to see the colors. Turn off the menu. Lightning chart is very good. If we were in a studio, this would be more perfect, but here in the deep oceans, it's about the best we can hope for. Rotate for HD2, please. Can we rotate HD2, please, to the chart? I don't nearly have near the in-depth controls of this camera. All I really got is the gains. Okay, the gains are there, blacks are there. Video's clear with cameras. Pilot, you copy that? Video's clear with cameras.
See if we acquire altitude in the next 75. Yeah, looks like we're getting D2 on sonar. Ramping up again. There we go, 100, yep, good eye. Okay. What are we, 80, so suspected bottom, what, 2370? So let's stop you at 50 meters altitude. Yeah, it's still around that 23, 25. Yep. All right, go ahead and put in auto heading, please. And bring your heading right to about 0. You're at 50. Let's come to 60. Okay, go ahead. Keep coming over. Yep, you can keep coming. It's not that precise. I'm just getting you to turn a little bit. Keep on coming. Keep on coming. Looks good. All right. You're good. You're good where you are. Let's hold there. All right. I'm going to start backing towards you, increasing my delta. You're going to hold on the winch. Let's make sure your camera's tilted all the way back, please. Okay. Yep. Stand by, Roland, unless you aren't going to mic us. The other day you mic'd pilots. If you're just going to do it on the party lines, that's fine.
This is GFOE video engineer Roland Bryan making a general announcement to all those on the ship and the shore. This is a reminder that all audio associated with this dive will be recorded with our archive video, as well as being streamed to shore via the satellite and the internet. Keep that in mind as we proceed with the dive today, and enjoy the dive. Thank you.
Checking to see if the tether's healthy, making sure everything looks like it should. I'm going to start coming up so we can see the tether a little bit more.
Aloha mai kākou, mai lalo ka moana o ke ka Okeanos Explorer I kona hua kai loloa a kupai na hala. Aloha everybody. Today we are calling you from our 7th unnamed seamount of Expedition 2503. This is a seamount that is about 150 nautical miles away from Pearl and Hermes Atoll or Monowai. And looks like we are coming up on our bottom depth shortly, which will be around 2,400 meters or so. So this dive is taking place on a relatively lumpy and also isolated feature. We are hoping to look at the types of communities that we get here a little bit further away from other close neighbor seamounts in the northwestern Hawaiian Islands. We'll be doing kind of a similar thing to other seamount dives. We'll be looking for coral and sponge communities, keeping an eye on habitat transitions, also trying to keep a close eye out for the smaller fauna that we see, like inverts and crustaceans and mollusks and things like that. And as always, looking out for some rocks for aging this seamount and understanding its geological origin. Yeah, Brian, what am I missing?
So this is a kind of interesting feature. It's got a summit depth approaching, I think, what is it?
Stay in the center of your screen is what I'm doing right now.
2,000 meters. We're going to be a little bit deeper, but it's interestingly lumpy. If you look at stream 3 right now, you can see kind of this lumpy top. And this is the second or third of these I think we've done this expedition. It almost looks like to me we have like an underlying geo here that may have had some secondary volcanism or something that's put these little cinder cones on top. So I think this might be in for some really interesting geology. One thing to note overnight, we remapped this feature with a higher resolution, and you can see I'm zooming in here. We found this pretty epic wall right along our dive target. We had a serious debate this morning about whether to drop off in the slump feature and come up this head wall scarp and then run the ridge or stick up on the ridge. And given the fact that we're a little late getting in the water today and that we really traditionally see a higher density biological community on the top of these walls, we're going to land right on the top and just continue as we the dive plan said and run the top of this ridge, but we cheated it over on the higher resolution bathymetry a little bit further west, so we're going to be right on top of the interface between this really steep wall. And we'll get a sense with the vehicles of what it is, but I mean the wall looks like it potentially is over 100 meters, close to 100 meters vertical. You know, we got the 50-meter resolution bathy, so we can't be for sure. But I think this will be a pretty interesting dive running right along the top of this big head wall scarp as we move up across these lumps. And I'll be really interested to hear from the geology team on shore what they think causes these lumpy features. Because, you know, I can sit here and squint, and my biologist eyes see lava flows and stuff out of these kind of cinder cones, or what do you call them on the big island? Pupa?
Oh, just pu'u.
Pu'u?
It just means a hill.
Okay.
Just pu'u.
Yep. So yeah. Another dive in the same depth range we've kind of been focusing on in the 25 to 2,000 meter range. So while we've been exploring new seamounts and looking at new areas, keeping a little consistency in depth ranges will make the science easier, and we'll have a more comparable data set to look at some of the difference in patterns of biodiversity and biogeography across Papua-Nama-Kuakea, especially in this depth range we've been targeting repeatedly. So we're just coming in to see the bottom here. I can already see a bunch of pillow basalts and a little bit of sediment. We did white balance on the way down, so we just need a few minutes here to get stable on the bottom, do our final engineering checks, and then we'll start exploring. We have 2 dives remaining after this one. We have today's dive, then we will take tomorrow as a transit day, and then we will do one more seamount dive in the Wentworth chain. South, another feature, ridge feature south of Ta'ana Seamount. And then we will do a midwater dive on Thursday, which will conclude dive operations for this expedition. I will say the weather is supposed to build a little bit over the next couple days. I am optimistic it will not interfere with our dive plans, but the forecast out here have been very loose guidelines, I will say, so far this cruise. So while the forecast looks diveable, it's definitely plus or minus about a meter on the sea states we're seeing out here versus what is forecasted. And so we'll be in that range where if it's plus a meter, we won't be able to dive. If it's forecasted or forecasted below or ends up below a forecast, we should be in great shape. So we'll get started here exploring in just another 5-7 minutes or so, and look forward to our third last dive of the expedition.
We have.
And I can already see a whole bunch of corals.
Yeah, that's exciting. Some, okay, primnoid fans. I saw some chrysogorgid, whippy, bottle brushy things.
Yep.
Anything else in sight that I'm missing? Oh, a sponge. A giant sponge. Polyopogon sponge.
Yeah, you're killing it. I can go work on my tan now.
Oh, thank you, Brian. You've been teaching me well.
Leave you in charge.
No, please don't leave. But this was probably the best way to learn deep sea coral IDs of any way I could have possibly imagined. So I'm glad I have learned something.
Some of those tall, sparsing chrysogorgids, like the one we collected yesterday.
Yeah. That's cool. And yeah, we got a pretty good look at it, obviously, when we recovered it on the surface. It was beautiful and seemed, like you said, pretty sparse. Did you have any other initial reactions?
Yeah, it looked like it only had the branching pattern was very wide angle in that it only looked like it took three branches to get back to center line, which surprised me.
Yeah. Well, it'll be interesting.
Yeah.
To see how that genetics work out.
The polyps also didn't retract like at all, even after like handling and microscope photos and everything. I was very surprised. They seemed like, yeah, I'm not used to them looking that polyp happy given. But yeah, so it was interesting to get the taxonomist to look at what that one is.
Yeah. Do the other chrysogorgids typically have retracted polyps when you bring them to the surface?
Yeah, I always remember their polyps all being very tightly retracted.
Ah, cool.
Right now, almost all the coral. I don't remember ever actually seeing a coral with all their polyps still out after being captured and sampled and everything.
Yeah, that's
They're
a lot
usually retracted, or at least partially retracted.
Yeah, you'd think that's a lot of stress for them. So, yeah. Cool. Yeah, that was a great dive, and looking forward to another good one today. It seems like the rocks are already great. So, hey, pilot. All righty. I think we'll want to start with a water sample, if that's all right. Okie doke. 22. Science is ready. All right, Niskin 1. Oops. Okay, thank you. That was O1W and Niskin 1.
All right, do any of these rocks look like they want to come home? Yeah, agreed. All right, let's look at coral center top, please. And probably want to take a look at all four of them.
Yay. Ooh.
All right, look at the one to the left.
Is that a hemicorallid?
Yep.
Yay. Cool, which is a precious coral. Okay, this one has really big polyps. Whoa, it's poofy.
Look at the sclerites on this one.
Oh, okay. It's a primnoid. It's Narella.
Yep.
Yes.
All right, we're good with these two, thanks.
Amazing. Thank you, Brian. Everyone just had to tune in to this is the SADA Coral Game Show. so sorry. We're making it happen. Me and Levi are going to crush this coral trivia on the way back. Actually, I have a feeling everyone else will crush both of us. It's a primnoid?
Yep.
Okay. I was looking for notches because I thought it might be a bamboo, but it looks not notchy. Unnotched. Not. Should. That was a really bad pun. Anyway, there's also an anemone associate, and it looks like some kind of shrimp. Little shrimp.
Yep.
On the far left side.
Yep. Multiple anemones. Cool. And do you have thoughts on the genus?
It's either Calyptophora or Norella.
Okay.
I'm struggling on this one.
Awesome.
All right, I think we're good with this one, thanks. And if we can look at the chryso up above, please.
It was right on the tip of the edge. Yep.
Chrysogorgid.
Yep. Chrysogorgia.
Chrysogorgia. Okay. Sweet.
This is one of those ones where you can almost always identify it by its associate.
Oh, right, which is the squat lobster. What kind of squat lobster is that?
Europtychus.
Europtychus squat lobster. Cool.
All right, I think we're good with that one.
Full screen.
Oh, yep. Steve Oscar is saying Chrysogorgia has the Europtychus crab.
And they're leaning towards Norellas for both of the primnoids.
Next one, full screen.
Yeah, Sako Matsumoto yesterday said the associates always know what the corals are. And that's a really good way to identify them. I thought that was a really nice way of putting that. The critters know what homes they like.
Okay, going for dot.
Ooh.
Next, too small to see.
What is that?
Too small to see.
It's teeny. Cool. Yeah, the scientific term for that is unidentifiable microfauna, aka the zoom was not zoomy enough.
What is moving around on the center right so much? Well, it's just a coral, but it's moving a lot.
3 o'clock.
Oh.
Yeah, obviously, I'm just surprised
Awesome.
that one coral is moving so much more than the others. Yeah, no heavy rocks today. Yeah, well,
Yeah.
all right. That's fine. This is Calyptophora. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, yesterday, if folks weren't watching, Bobby collected a rock that was 66 pounds. It was so heavy that I had to measure myself and then measure myself holding the rock because I was scared of putting it down and picking it back up and throwing my back out. Yeah, that was pretty fantastic.
This is a fairly good start with this level of density of corals.
Yeah,
Got
this is awesome.
2, possibly 3 species of primnoid. And here's the wall.
Found great pillows on this wall. Wow, look at that. Yeah, and the particles really give you a sense for how the current's whipping.
Not a lot.
Whoa.
All right, so you're feeling a downwelling coming from not from over the wall. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow, cool. makes sense to me with the, I mean, yeah, again, kind of naive thinking, but the coral morphologies that we're seeing that are a little bit more readily able to stand a stronger current. They're like the whip forms, and we saw a couple big branching tree-like forms, but a lot of the branching ones seem to be a little bit more slender.
There's a fish top left swimming down in a crack. It's now center left.
Right there, about 9 o'clock to your left. Yeah, right here. See it? Right there. Little eelfish. Yeah.
Taking me a while, too.
Yeah. There are plenty of cracks to look at.
Yeah, I know. It's like telling someone it's behind the tree in a forest. It's not a great, way to give positioning.
Chris Kelly's already got an ID. This is a cutthroat eel.
Schnappabranken?
Schnappabranken? Yeah. Do they name that because they're snappy?
I do not know what the Latin is. The common name cutthroat comes from the shape of their gill slit. Great. Science is happy. Thank you.
Awesome. Wow, great view of these basalts. And hemicorallid, probably? I can't tell if you looked at that one. Sweet.
Nope, I did not look at that one, but I'm fairly confident that you are correct on that one. Concur.
Sounds good to me. Oh, I do see a crinoid behind or below the coral to the right of this hemicorallid if you want to take a look at that before we head uphill. Thank you. Sounds good. Yeah. Hemicorallid. They're really beautiful, and I like how their central stalk is kind of like textured. So these are a relative of the stony corals that typically grow. No, a relative of their corallids.
They're corallids, but they're still octocorals.
Okay, cool. But they make. Do they make a calcite skeleton?
I forget what form it is. They do have a hard brittle skeleton, and it's carbonate based, but I forget which form of carbonate it is.
Probably aragonite. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, and I think yesterday we learned that they were. Oh yeah, Steve Oskovich told us they were reorganized into the corallid family recently.
Hemicorallium has been a corallid forever.
Okay.
Paragorgia just got bumped into Corallidae as well.
Cool. I'm writing that down for my coral facts. Paragorgia is also a corallid now.
Got Apocopherin there on the bottom.
Nice.
Little maybe radiolarian stuck in there too.
I bet. I feel like every time we have sampled a coral, we've also found a number of, I guess you'd call them the husks of former pelagic organisms like radiolarians.
Yeah.
Partial.
Yeah.
Going full screen. Video's clear. Full wide.
Woohoo! I love crinoids. I love how many of them there are in the deep sea too. Just, I don't know, feels magical. I know we always talk about the deep sea being kind of an ancient place, or a place where you see lots of ancient body plans, and love them.
Thank you.
Cool. Thanks, Bobby. Oh, beautiful zoom. Oh, look, it's Syria moving. So the Syria are the white kind of tendril-looking things that it uses to attach to the rock. You can see some of them attached there. But I think some of them might be loose and flapping in the current a little bit.
You want 10? 340? You happy with that?
Awesome. Thank you.
Bridge, RV Nav. Hey, Bridge. We'd like to request our first ship move, please. Excuse me. Range 10 meters. Bearing 340 degrees. Speed 0.2 knots.
That coral, please. Come in center.
Good copy. Thank you, Bridge.
And to go. Is this another Chrysogorgid?
Chrysogorgia, yeah.
Chrysogorgia. Cool.
Can you tilt down just a touch? What is that?
Is that an anemone or is it a giant gull?
That or it's an old egg case.
Ooh, of what?
Probably some kind of cephalopod.
Oh, cool. Like a squid or an octopus?
Yeah, probably. Yep.
That is maximum.
Wow. So for the ones that brood their eggs, or at least stay with them, would that mean the octopus or the squid would just be hanging around the coral, or would this be one that doesn't
I think
that?
this would be one that doesn't brood them. We see egg. That's science is happy with that, but we see. No, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's definitely hatched, and so
Yeah.
I don't think that is. There's nothing left in there, but.
But would they hang around it if it were not hatched?
I don't think so.
Cool.
I don't think I could say that definitively, but I've never seen
Snail.
Oh yeah, let's look at snail.
Is this a tumbling snail?
It might be. This looks similar to it. I have to admit, I struggle a little bit with the Gaza snails versus a couple of the other snails, but it looks pretty close to me.
I think that's probably good for an ID, though, for the folks that actually do know them.
Okay, yeah, let's take a closer look then.
Cool. Thank you.
Looks like there's also a new coral in the ROVHD2 feed.
Nicely, dude.
Yeah.
Oh, Megan puts us on. She says, yes, it is a Gaza snail. Gaza didella. Thank you, Megan. Megan has the most extensive knowledge of IDs of anyone I've ever met, and it's because she spends hours actually annotating these videos once we take them.
Max.
Thank you.
Just now got the perfect lighting or iris adjustment. Give us a second. Video's clear.
Yeah.
Science, can you give us any more details on this guy in the audio?
Right. Can we take a look at the next coral, please?
Okay, and we've seen a couple of those Gaza snails before, right? Those are the ones where sometimes you come across them, and I think when they're startled, they'll pop off the hill and tumble down.
Yep, they're called tumbling snails because of their predator avoidance behavior, which is to twist wildly.
Yeah.
This looks like that same sparse branching leggy Chrysogorgia we collected yesterday.
Yeah. Huh.
All right, thank you very much.
That's cool.
Yeah, I've seen those Gaza snails fall down significant portions of seafloor as they do their tumbling thing.
Maybe that's what the shell's for. Now, it would be nice, though, to have a built-in crash pad like that. It's interesting to me that we saw this today, and we saw it yesterday, but I can't recall seeing a similar morph to this on the other dives we've been on.
Agreed.
Surprised they don't put their polyps into the current. I wonder if it's just too much energy use to try to keep them there.
That's an active area of interest, Chris, in terms of the different research interest and the shape of the polyps and which way they face.
Intuitively, you would just think it face into the current to catch.
Yeah. More often they actually seem to face down current,
right,
interestingly.
Right, yeah.
If any of you engineering types want to do some hydrodynamic modeling, I'm game to write a science paper on it if you want to do the modeling. Because that level of fluid dynamics is beyond me.
Yeah, me as well.
Sounds like something that would be up Chris Ritter's alley. I think he's very good with fluid dynamics.
That is one of the benefits of having people in your life when you're not someone who can do the engineering or the modeling or the physics that can.
Very small ones.
My partner is a physicist, and he's also a computer scientist. And there's a number of times where I've been like, I don't understand how to model this thing. Can you please help me? And it is really nice.
Yeah, my PhD advisor was married to a physicist, and it was also very useful.
Yeah, so I do spend a lot of the time just kind of treating him like an IT guy, which I feel bad about.
You can't
He's
see
very
them
good at it,
centered,
so.
Centered lower left.
Sorry.
No idea where you're looking.
And now left. And now up center.
Oh, your definition of left and mine is not the same.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
This looks like a bamboo stalk, potentially, from the notches I'm seeing, the nodes, but completely stripped bare. The victim of a sea star predation event, maybe?
Potentially. But yeah, I agree. I see the nodes there, so this is probably dead bamboo skeleton.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're good here. There's a bushier coral that'll be top left when you come wide, if we can take a quick look at that.
This could be a good murder podcast. Today on the Okeanos Explorer, we come across
full wide.
A cold-blooded murder.
Is it a murder if you're eating it?
A cold-blooded predation event. You know, good question. Probably not. Life revolves around consumption unless you happen to be able to photosynthesize, which would be great.
Well, then you're still consuming photons.
That's true. Ooh, call the philosophy department.
All right. This is Ramilla Gorgia militaris.
Nice. Which typically has relatively large polyps, right? Or
yeah.
What's the diagnostic criteria you use here?
The branching pattern is the really weird. It's got chrysogorgid style polyps, and then it's kind of bushy and leggy in ways that no other chrysogorgid is.
Okay, awesome.
Right, so
really see the current there.
Yeah, nice view of current. Huh. Look. I love watching all the
and look at the little sea cucumber on the rock to the left. It's totally transparent.
Oh, wow. Good eye.
Barely saw it.
Yeah.
Go to the cucumber.
Wow, that is a really good view of its digestive tract. That's so cool.
Science savvy, thank you.
Oh, I love watching things feed.
All right, that move finished about 7 minutes ago. You want to wait a hot second, get another?
A couple more primnoids here.
Yeah.
Lots more primnoids here.
Yeah.
Call it. Yeah.
That was cool. I love watching animals feed and seeing what kinds of traces they leave behind when they do that. The dive I think we did 2 dives ago was just full of these traces that we were able to tie directly to some of the culprits. So that's a really awesome ecological observation to be able to make. And then when we go along and we see things like, you know, feeding marks or holothurian poop, which is really visible, it then helps to tell a little bit of a story about what was there, even if we can't see the animal itself. I like those kinds of clues. That's kind of why I got into science, because it feels like a big detective game a lot of the time.
No, you got it.
Well.
The coral center left. Well, can we take a quick look at what's on it?
What detective game are you playing now?
Are you being eaten or not?
Ooh, my favorite.
Not being eaten.
Nope.
Brittle star. All right, thank you.
Brittle star is hanging on for dear life. It looks like it's just holding both arms and legs around. You know, it's like a little Gumby.
Yeah.
Stuck around the coral. I'm impressed with the ability of the brittle stars to hang on to corals even when the current is whipping them around.
Yeah.
Yep. Paul, you ready for another? Okay. Bridge, RV Nav. Hi, Bridge. We'd like to request another ship move, please. Same as last. Range 10 meters, bearing 340, speed 0.2 knots.
I haven't seen the hint of a loose rock yet.
Me either. Yeah. But, you know, maybe we'll find some further up. We'll see. Some days are days where the seamounts give us rocks and allow themselves to be aged. And other days, they do not.
No more rocks for pilot.
No, yeah.
Bobby used up his quota yesterday.
The seamount says Bobby's in timeout for the big rock. That's a good one.
The big rock now has googly eyes too.
Yeah, they both do.
Yeah.
They've got a big personality. We have to make sure that, you know, we're reflecting that up here on.
Can we look at shrimp center bottom, please?
Shrimp. Nice. What is this kind of shrimp called again?
I believe this is a pneumatocarcinus. It's really super long arms.
Ooh. Yeah, that's a very spindly looking buggy shrimp.
Great. Thank you.
Cool.
You know, I have not seen, I don't remember the distribution. I'd have to go look it up. But I don't think I've seen a single heterocarpus shrimp yet this entire expedition.
What is a heterocarpus shrimp?
They look like that. In my head, I think of them as Mad Max shrimp. They have these they have the like mohawk of like spines running down their head. There.
Are you serious? They have a mohawk? I'm
Pretty
Googling
much.
it right now.
Yeah,
Heterocarpus. Oh, this is absolutely a Mad Max shrimp.
They also spit bioluminescent mucus when you anger them.
What? I really hope we see one. And then could we just do a little bit of angering for science?
The problem is you can't see it. We don't have the cameras on D2 are not very low light, and with all the light, you don't see it. I've never actually even seen them spit the mucus, but apparently it happens.
I see a
Here's your mystery agglutinator worms.
What are you? Let us see. I was reading a paper yesterday about deep sea agglutinators, and the biodiversity of these things is just ridiculous.
Good copy. Thank you, Bridge.
Yeah. I wonder if agglutinator worm, the grains are oriented differently than some of them. I'll take a look at that later. Thank you. Yeah, I went down the rabbit hole of looking up allogromid foraminifera yesterday, which are like weird kind of organic walled forams that live in single chambers or tubes.
Ships all stop pilots.
And there's a type, I think it's a superfamily called Comochiaceae of amoeboid protozoans that we think might be forams, but we're not sure. And they're really large. So I think they're like somewhat, they're related to xenophyophores. They don't look similar though. They can be in these like long, elongate branching tubes. And I think it seems like they probably dominate the benthic fauna in the very deep, like the abyssal part of the sea. Ooh, another leggy Chrysogorgid, or?
Yep. It's that same thing we've been puzzling over.
We need to come up with a better name. I'm calling it like Chrysometallo in my head, but...
I mean, that's what we were calling it. In
the metal Chrysogorgia.
In science chat is this a weird growth form Metallogorgia, or is this a weird growth form Chrysogorgia, because it has similarities to both?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Is that a black coral or a...
Yep. Bathopathes.
Bathopathes, because it looks like a bathtub.
No.
I know, but we're saying that forever now.
No.
I found out it was Sean that said that yesterday, and I apologize for not giving him credit. It kind of does, though.
No. I just don't see it.
I'm with you on this, Brian. I don't get the...
All right.
Yeah. It's actually called Bathopathes because it is, it's a deep dweller. Though a lot of them are deep dwellers, so I have a feeling this one was maybe one of the first ones to be described.
Yep.
And it got the name deep, and then they went, oh no, there are other pathes that need different names, and that's where we got the stauropathes and can't remember the other ones. Antipathes? That might have been the first one described ever, right?
No, the antipathes is the one in the sponge we've been looking at.
Oh yeah, and that one.
Can we look at the coral, top coral here, and the sea star would be great.
Oh, star! Yay! Okay, I think this is a porcelain asterid, which is the family that I think the Ahu Astra GFOEI is in, but I don't know if this is what this is.
I second guess my call. I'm not terrible at starfish, but I think you might be right.
Oh no, they're goniasters, the Ahu Astras.
Yeah, but I think it is an Ahu Aster.
Okay.
Which is named for the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration, which maintains and operates Deep Discover and the telepresence systems here on the ship.
Oh, it is, yeah. Ahu Astra. Yeah, and Chris Ma told me the other day that I guess when he described the genus, he gave it the name Ahu because they kind of have that mound shape.
Yep.
But Ahu also means altar in Hawaiian. It's like where you put, when you do hula, for example, you'll put...
We're good with this, thanks.
Thank you. Stuff from the forest on there to like bring down the forest into the hula space. So I thought that was a nice name for it. They are good little shrines.
That's a giant pillow. Goodness gracious.
Wow, that is a huge pillow. Look at that.
So this is a primary lava formation where you get tubes flowing down of lava, and it basically cools in the water. I think you only see pillows underwater, yeah?
Yeah, you only get pillows underwater. Yeah, because it's basically when the magma or the lava, I guess, hits the surface, it cools really rapidly, so it makes these like rounded formations as it's coming out. And yeah, I kind of think of it as like when you're like squeezing paint or toothpaste and like little blobs out. It looks like that, just like blobs of paint. All right. This is a great shot of the crinoid. And earlier, we got a potential
Partial
ID
Max.
from Kelly Markello. She said likely an antedonid
Lasers.
crinoid.
That's good.
Well, thank you. That's good for science. Thanks, gang. Kelly's noting this one has much shorter series
That's
than
loose,
previous.
that rock.
Lots of tubes under.
Sorry, you think that rock is loose?
Lots of tubes above the sand.
Hi, Anna.
Hello, Sada.
I heard a rock is loose,
Yeah.
potentially.
Okay. Yeah.
Is Bobby flying?
Nope.
Yeah. Could we zoom on that, the tubes under that ledge real quick, though, before we get away, pilots? Sorry. To be slow. Thank you.
Bridge, RV nav.
Bobby is flying.
Oh boy,
I
so
know.
no rock is safe.
No rock is safe. Though the Seamount might have
Hey,
put
Bridge,
Bobby in
I'd
rock
like to request
timeout.
another move, please.
They're
Same as
pretty
last.
encrusted.
Range
Okay.
10 meters, bearing
Rock
340,
timeout.
Not a lot of
speed
broken
0.2 knots.
Bobby can get the
Good
biggest
copy. Thank you,
thing
Bridge.
and also get the smallest of things.
Yeah, the zoom on this is great. Oh my gosh, look at that.
Wow.
Oh, that's so cool. Yeah, so the debate in my head is always, is this a polychaete worm or is it some type of large protist or like multinucleate unicellular organisms that make these super weird tubes by gluing a bunch of sediment, like, you know, sand and stuff that falls down from the water column together. Wow, I think that's good for science.
Lasers.
Yeah, thank you. Oh yeah, lasers would be great. Wow, that is massive.
That is quite large.
Based on the size, I'm feeling worm, but you know?
You never know.
You never know.
Until you know. Oh, got a little shrimp in the water.
Yeah. Nematocarcinus again, maybe? I actually don't know my shrimps.
I don't either.
Me either.
All I know is that we had confirmation that it was compound eyes that they had.
Yes, and it's a good shrimp. Yeah.
It's kind of mesmerizing to watch them swim in the water column, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, hi, Sam. We got the whole crew in here today. So Brian went to lunch, so we have Anna and Sam here with us doing some some helping out with the science mission and also with the talking mission.
Full vibe.
That was cool.
Yeah, well, it's certainly big shoes to fill with you and Brian, so we come in and try our best.
Well,
it's all anyone can ask.
Yeah. Ooh. So Chris Kelly's saying Nematocarcinus doesn't swim.
Oh.
So that's a good thing to know. Pilots, does this sediment pool look potentially accessible?
It does.
Would you be willing to do a sediment sample here?
Yes.
I would love that. Thank you. I never know whether we are waiting for a ship move or not, so I like to ask.
This is a great time to try to get this.
Awesome. Thanks, gang.
This is one of the nicest sediment pools that we've seen so far. It's
They're
nice.
all nice sediment pools, Sam.
I'm sorry to judge them. You know what I mean.
This area right here in front of me?
Yes.
Front and center?
That would be great. And I think maybe if we have the double wrap filter.
You got it.
Thank you.
C2.
All right. Yeah, this would be cool. I see some bioturbation marks in here too, like the light color that is on top of the darker part of the sediment.
Is that a priority area?
Okay. No, mainly because they're a little... Worm bodies are not the most fun to pick out of my sieve.
Okay.
But we will get it in the sedimentary DNA if we take it from this pool. It should be in the sets. So yeah, go for whatever looks good to you, deep enough to get
I think we'll
a
go
good
over
scoop.
here on the right where it looks much thicker.
That's perfect. Thank you.
So, Sada, I have a question
C2, yep.
about sediment DNA.
Yeah?
Yeah, we are collecting eDNA here from the water column and from water samples. How is the process different with collecting DNA samples from the sediment?
Oh, it is, it's not that different actually. So I don't usually do the sequencing of the sedimentary DNA. I just, in December, was on a cruise where we took some cores to do sedimentary ancient DNA. And that was interesting. We basically would do a similar thing to what you do with water, where you try to keep it as sterile as possible. Collect it and then immediately freeze it in a minus 80 freezer. And then I think the reagents you use and what you're looking for when you're sequencing it are different than what you would use for water.
Yeah, I think Nav will be watching.
But yeah.
Yep, and Nav will help keep an eye. So
the biggest issue is just making sure you can preserve it well, because I think we think that DNA in sediments, definitely in core, is going to be a lot more fragmented and fragile than what you get from a water sample. So we were trying to be as quick as possible.
So I think you may...
Ooh, a fish. Oh my gosh. Chonix fish? That's cool.
Go ahead, Roland.
Sorry. It wants to be...
Oh my gosh, it wants to be friends.
Oh, hello.
Oh. This is a grumpy fish.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, cool.
Oh,
he's
mad.
really mad. I'm so sorry. Sorry, we're just trying to say hello.
Good copy. Thank you, Bridge.
Yeah,
you tell us. Yeah.
You hold your ground.
He's complaining about the management around here.
The big scary.
Yeah. Okay, that was fun.
That was a nice little interruption.
Little flyby.
Sirius, you can move. If you want to see Sirius, you can switch it to that camera. I think that's 10.
Okay. Megan says it's Chaunacops coloratus.
Your drawers are retracted, or pins are retracted. All right. Okay. And we can extend slow. You may contact on that right side. Just keep an eye on it. If you start to see it push the vehicle, we'll come to a stop. Nice and slow. Okay, hold. Yep, hold there. Yep, just leave it. All right, come out a little bit more. That's good. That's good. Yeah, just hold it there. I can get the sampler from here. Okay, go ahead and close the drawer. I'm just going to bump back forward again. We do not. Feel free to change any of your cameras you need. Alright, so I'm going to start by getting a scoop before you even begin the inhale process. This area look okay, watch leads?
Yeah, that looks great to me. Thanks, pilots. Beautiful, beautiful mud. Sand, probably. Sand mud. We'll find out.
Okay, fair amount in there. All right, we're going to do a big, large pulse.
Jar light on?
Yeah, just turn it on high right now. About 800. Yeah, right there. Just inhale in until it clears the nozzle. Yeah, that's doing good. Keep it going, keep it going, keep it going. Keep it going, and no.
Oh, that is a good amount of sand.
Happy with that, watch lead?
That's beautiful.
All
Thank
right,
you so much,
stone.
pilots.
Look at that full canister.
You're crushing it.
All right, I'm ready for Jor when you are, co-pilot.
Yep, so that was O2G in canister 2. And if any of the pilots ever need
That's
or
good.
want to come and be on a coring cruise,
Make sure you
I would love to
disable
hire
your
them.
page there. And then
Great
we're
at
going to tilt
this.
down to HD2. Just a little bit.
The precision that is involved in this process is incredible.
It is incredible. Yeah,
Release here.
I'm blown away every day with just all the different kinds of samples that they can take, and both the fine motor skills and the heavy handling that they're able to do.
Very good.
And I think this particular instrument is really, really interesting. They have, with the joystick that they use for sample collection,
at this point we want to switch
they
to
have
jar
resistance,
6.
active resistance. So if the arms are actively against something, they can feel that in the resistance in the joystick actively, which it's a really nice positive feedback mechanism that you don't always get.
Yeah, it's so cool. I definitely did not know the extent of the capabilities of D2 until starting to work with her on this cruise, and I'm amazed every time.
Co-pilot, when you're ready.
Well, it's not to mention just the flexibility it gives you, and even if something hasn't been tried before, the pilots are skilled enough, and the engineers are skilled enough that you can do many things. You just have to ask, and they're like, oh yeah, we can probably do that. And it's been pretty fascinating to watch.
Yeah, it's awesome.
All right, go ahead. Yep, clear to exhale. And you'll watch up there on those.
Beautiful mud.
Did you ever think as a kid playing in a sandbox or something that it would lead you here to playing with sand, 2,500 meters underneath the ocean surface?
Definitely not.
Pause it for a second.
Yeah, I would go to the beach every day as a kid because it was kind of like, cheap after school daycare for my parents. And I have done a lot of looking at sand and eating sand.
Just keep it nice and low.
And playing in sand and getting sand everywhere. And I never really thought that it would be like something that I could do for a career.
Yeah, just let it.
But that was as an adult, right?
Exhale,
playing and tasting sand. That's all as an adult as a researcher, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, my entire job is basically sifting through sediment samples, like sandy things, to look for fossils and subfossils in that sediment.
Closer.
And, there's a star coming center.
340.
Center left.
Yeah.
10 meters.
Oh, I see it now.
Nice. It's eating. Is it
on the sponge?
Yeah. Is that it looks like a star.
Bridge is over now.
Like a star,
we just don't want to go full. Yeah. Because if we...
Okay, let's do a ship move 10 meters, bearing 340 degrees. Speed decimal 2, please.
You're on the body side of it, not the mouth side, but I don't think we get an
We
angle
can't get on the mouth side.
Yeah.
Good copy. Thank you very much.
We'll just let it run until it clears.
Yep. We've got a sea star here.
Get a little snack.
I see it coming out nicely from the nozzle. Jar's clearing
Looks like
out.
it's hanging on.
Does it look like it's kind of eating some of those polyps kind of further in?
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Looks
I
like
think
it's still
there's
clearing from the nozzle.
a hydroid or a coral growing inside the sponge, and I wonder if it's going for that. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah, I was going to say, this sponge looks like it has polyps, and that is confusing. And so, yes, there is definitely something growing within the structure.
Yeah, and we've seen that a few times on this cruise where there have been
clear. Now I think we can
corals
pause
or
it.
hydroids growing inside sponges. Let's see if we can get an ID.
Let's get the sponge and the star.
Oh, cool.
Sponge time. Sorry.
Chris Moss says this is Bathysera Master, and they feed on sponges.
Fantastic.
Cool.
It's a great look at one in action.
Yeah,
Clear.
and Chris Kelly saying, yes, there are typically hydroids. You can find these hydroids on the branches of these sponges. This sponge is a Walteria leucardi. So the Walteria sponges are always the ones that I can identify the most easily because they have these like kind of spindly long branches coming off the central stalk.
Mm-hmm.
That's so cool.
It's such an interesting morphology for a sponge to have the extremities that are, when I think of sponges, even the one that's similar to your one in your, let's say, your home or your kitchen, if my sponge had long, pointy spicules or something coming off of it, I think it would defeat the purpose the sponge. So
yeah, definitely not great for washing yourself. But I honestly don't know a lot about sponge morphology, and I can't wrap my head around why.
Yeah, it's better.
Like, yeah, what all the really intricate bits are for.
Yeah, the detail of the structure is really interesting, and if there's any sort of evolutionary advantage to having that.
Looks like it needs to be retracted.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of work done on sponges recently that shows that they're a lot more complex than we think, right? That they have these. They might seem simple and like they might not have a lot of defenses against predation, but they actually have some really complex processes that allow them to create chemicals, that ward off predators or
bring that in
I don't know, help them from getting overgrown, all kinds of stuff. And I think that's part of the reason why they've been a big focus for the medical field as we're developing like new medicines and new pharmaceuticals. The deep sea is one of the places where we're finding a lot of new things.
We just did a quick pilot change. Anything else here before we keep moving on?
No, I think we're good.
All right.
And if it's a good time and you want to introduce yourselves as we're moving on.
Sure. Sounds good.
Go for it.
This is Sean Kennison, sitting pilot right now, piloting the RV D2. I'm part of the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration, or GFOE for short. And we're a group of videographers and engineers that built, manage, and operate this D2 system. We've been doing it for many, many years at this point. Sitting to my left in the navigator position is
Mr. Levi Unema.
And to my right in the co-pilot station. And then further right.
This is Roland O'Brien, video engineer extraordinaire.
And then in the back row.
Olivia Andrews Stratton.
And again, we're all from GFOE. Very excited to be here today and enjoy the dive.
Awesome.
Thank you, Watchley.
Yeah, thanks, Sean. Okay, and one more star fact. Apparently that star is Bathysera Mastoteres, and Chris Ma, who works at the Smithsonian, described it from the Capstone program, which was 2015, 2017, something like that.
Yep.
Also operated off of this ship.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was the Capstone campaign, which was in the Pacific area. Yep.
Very cool. Can we take a quick look at the coral coming center that's goldenish? If it's a coral?
Copy, golden.
Yeah. I guess now it's coming bottom. Is that a coral? What is that? Maybe a black coral?
Drop a little bit.
I don't know. Or maybe it's something dead. Or maybe it's none of the above. Hi, Brian.
I think your first guess was right.
Black coral?
Yep.
Nice.
All right, Biddy, you want to snap of this?
We shall see here momentarily.
Yeah.
Got a screen open on the sonar screen.
Oh, cool.
We're adjusting
is
the
this
sonar
one
at this time.
Yeah,
Staropathes?
clear that off my quad view.
Because it has cross-like branches?
I have no idea where the name comes from.
Well, or it looks like a star. She's a star. She's a queen. Cool. Staropathes. Okay, and Brian, now that you're here, I'm going to swap out and go to lunch.
Enjoy your lunch.
Au revoir. Thank you.
All right, science is happy. Thank you.
Copy that.
Lasers.
Lasers.
Good enough.
All right. Keep moving.
So, Brian, while you were gone, we collected a nice sediment
so
sample.
We'll move nice and slow.
Exciting.
So our blue view gets
Got plenty of sediment in the jar.
Keep Sada happy for many hours this evening.
Absolutely.
No, we still appear to be in that same community, heavily dominated by these lyrate Clyptophoras. Oh, here's a first Rittigorgia I've seen coming up into view here.
Let's drop off to the port here.
Yeah, going back to that wall you guys referenced at the beginning of the dive, it's a pretty significant drop from here off the side of this feature.
Quick peek.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we really debated whether or not to drop down and come up that wall and see what it was. And since we were already a little short on bottom time today because of the delay on the long transit overnight, we decided to stay up here on top where it's most likely going to see the highest density of creatures.
Is it typical of features like this to have any downwelling or anything that influences the communities that grow along it?
So, certainly, it's possible. I mean, seamounts cause more mixing.
Crinoid-looking thing left of center.
But the amount of mixing, how it behaves exactly, is still very much a question. Most of what, just zooming in on a big crinoid here, most of what the physical oceanographers do, they use very, I don't know if that's the right word, model, easy geometry shapes to kind of ask questions about seamount mixing. And a couple papers have come out recently that have shown that seamount-induced mixing is substantially larger than originally thought.
31,
and
so
can we look at C-star bottom right?
Copy. You want to do another 10? What do you think? Short moves?
Yeah.
Great. Thanks.
Can we take a quick look at C-star?
Yes.
And just Zarby now.
But you know, they're still theorized simplistic seamount shapes. You know, ridge, a cone, or kind of, and that's about it.
Thank you.
Well, it's been so interesting too because all the seamounts we've seen during this expedition have largely been very rough in their shape. As far as, you know, there's tons of little mounds and ridges and other kind of non-uniform shapes that can really influence the local environments depending on what side of the seamount you're on.
Yeah, and that resolution of kind of question is, I won't say beyond our technology, but is more or less beyond our resources at the price point of the technology. Nice shot. Pretty texture. You know, echinoderm basically means, but this isn't echinoderm, which more or less means spiny skin. And you can get a good sense of why that's the case here.
Get a good view of the tube feet over there on the left.
Yep. All right, thank you very much.
Full screen.
I might have to back up a little, depending. We're pretty close to it. We'll see if it gets there. My tilt's maxed out.
Copy. Go for what we get.
See if we get an ID here from the chat.
Yes.
It's like Chris is saying it's Atheraster.
And let's get lasers.
I need to back up. The tilt's so far down there. Blocks.
It's looking like potentially Atheraster arande.
I can back
and
up.
that is a corallivore.
Video is clear.
Copy that. Let's keep going.
Full wide.
So it looks like this one eats some coral.
Can we take a quick look at the sponge head that's just coming dead center now?
Yeah. Video, want to snap it?
So we got a Caulophacus sponge with a Comatula crinoid on it. That's good, thanks.
You got it.
Top left corner of the screen, just off screen, is white C-star.
Oh, copy. We'll do the next pass. We'll get it.
Copy.
So Sam, you come in for lunch and talk, but I don't really know if everyone on shore really has a sense of the role of the expedition coordinator, which is kind of unique on some of these exploration type vessels. You want to explain a little bit about what the expedition coordinator does?
Sure. So for those of you that haven't really heard me on the stream too much, my name is Sam Koyar. I'm the expedition coordinator for EX2503. Out here is what we're doing is we're exploring Papahanaumokuakea, but mostly my role, I'm more of a facilitator, and so my job is to help collect a lot of the scientific priorities and parts of the community and take that data and kind of work with the science leads to make an operational plan out of it. And so from the operational plan, we get out here and we try to answer as many of the community's scientific priorities as we can during the time we have during the expedition. And once on board, I'm kind of the liaison between science and the ship. So the ship itself is operated by OMEO, which is the Office of Maritime and Aviation Operations. And the NOAA Corps officers and the wage mariners on board Okeanos Explorer operate differently from our office as far as they're a different entity, even though it's still within the NOAA umbrella. And so I act as a go-between to make sure that the science needs are communicated to the ship needs are communicated to the mission, and that we're able to come out and collectively execute these expeditions. And so that's my role is very much a facilitator and a conduit for information to make sure that we're getting to the right place at the right times to come and do these dives, both here with the science leads, the GFOE team, and everyone else that's involved.
Yeah, it makes it so much nicer for the scientists to have someone like you or an expedition leader role that allows the science party to just concentrate on science all the time and not have to worry about all the logistics and operations management stuff that the chief scientist has to do on, say, a UNOLS vessel or something like that. They have to wear both hats. So having an expedition coordinator is a vast improvement.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's a role I really enjoy. It lets me still be involved in a lot of the science and asking the right questions. And, I may be a different scientist as I'm an archaeologist. And it was very much nice to sit in kind of the science role during our USS Yorktown dives earlier this expedition. But it's certainly a role that I really enjoy. I get to see lots of different types of scientists go through the motions and learn a lot, and also get to learn from them. And so I feel very fortunate to be able to sit in the seat and kind of learn a little bit, because I'll be the first to tell you I'm certainly a novice at identifying a lot of these species we're seeing here during this expedition, but I've learned a lot just from sitting in this seat during lunch and other times I'm able to sit in. So Brian, knowing that previous to you being a science lead now and kind of you've worn a lot of the hats on the ship, whether it's been expedition coordinator or one of the NOAA Corps officers, how do you think your experience as an expedition coordinator and kind of serving on the ship in kind of a NOAA Corps capacity has really helped you be a science lead?
Can we zoom bushy coral dead center? Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, knowing kind of a lot of the operations,
lasers on, they're there.
thing I think certainly helps. I have a better sense of what's kind of going on in the front row and some of the logistic concerns throughout the vessel. So yeah, it is nice. All right, so we got another Chrysogorgia with a Europtychus crab. Can we look at the taller, bushier one up above it too?
Sure. Let's see.
Not that one, but the one in the top left.
Top left. Oh yeah, let me get over there.
But yeah, it's nice to be able to focus on the science, but also have a sense of what's going on in the operations too.
Well, it certainly made some of our conversations a little bit easier because you already know the direction that for some of the harder decisions we've had to make schedule and to make sure we get back on time. You're already halfway there before I even have the conversation, which has been kind of nice.
Yeah. This is an interesting one. It's got the much thicker branches, but kind of dead on the distal side, but has very thick, healthy, thinner stuff down low. That's a little bit of a different growth form. All right, thank you.
It certainly looks, from my kind of layman's perspective, it seems like this area has been pretty heavily dominated by one or two species.
I have Blueview up on RV utility left.
Oh, great.
Any of these KVM that RV utility left? Yeah.
Sean, can we science poker any of these rocks and see if they want to come with us?
Sure. Kind of the sediment part here, down low? Or?
Yeah, I was looking at the one probably just below left laser-ish. Can't see the lasers, but where left laser should be.
Kind of
thinking
there.
Some of those might be free.
Yeah, let me poke.
Bail out.
Oh. Wants to come join the party.
Yeah, so it's an interesting kind of difference. These spiny-armed brittle stars, ophiocanthids, they will bail out of the corals if they feel D2 coming, whereas the Astroschemas, Uralidae, they stay in their corals no matter what. You literally can't get them out. It's always an amusing difference in the different taxidermy between the two different behaviors when they're scared by a giant robot, space alien, submarine.
Yeah, that's essentially what we are down here. You know, I don't think these creatures have ever had any kind of light like we're bringing down to be able to explore. And it's amazing to watch it just how maybe we perceive it as awkward movement for these stars, but it's really functional for them here in this environment.
Ooh, hold on.
That kind of moved.
Yeah.
Oh, we got a rock.
Is that of interest?
That is of interest. Can we pick it up and see how thick it is first?
Sure.
Chris Moss said in the chat, just going to what you said earlier, Brian, is they have 200-year-old specimens still holding on to their corals. So certainly holding on for a long time is an understatement.
Val, how do you feel about this rock?
Fog lights at 50%.
Looks great on her end.
All right. Oh, I'm being remiss and not doing my paperwork.
Tilt up.
All right. Yes, let's put rock in box. Perfect.
Copy that.
That's good.
All right, Copilot. So let's go, since I don't have the lid open, let's go for the, yeah, just go for starboard. So you can wing inboard whenever you're ready. And then if we, happen to get a bigger rock later, we could just always put this one in the port box. Yeah, you can wing outboard. Thank you, sir.
Nice rock.
Nice, thank you. All right, arm is off. Copy. So Nav, let me point forward, and let's see what we got, huh?
Sounds good.
Let's figure out next move. So let's see. What have we been moving?
340.
So 340. Yeah, that still keeps the drop off in view, which is nice. Just want to maintain that then.
Sounds pretty good to me.
Still looks like the steepest gradient of slope going up.
Okay. You want 10 or 15?
Let's do 20.
20. Okay.
Yeah.
340. Bridge is RV-nav. Yeah, this dual ship moved 20 meters, bearing 340 degrees, speed decimal 2.
So Brian, can you speak a little bit to the importance of while we're collecting rocks out here on these seamounts?
Yeah, certainly. But first I want to point out just the stark transition here between this kind of talusy rubble field with sediment and this pavement flow. And so you see this really, really interesting geological break in the right here. So thinking about understanding the plate tectonics out here, a lot of the rock samples are kind of the target of the rocks we're getting here, trying to get in-place basalts that would have been created more or less when this feature was an active volcano some many tens of millions of years ago. And most of the seamounts in this part of the world come from what's called hotspot volcanism. So you have a particularly warm place in the mantle that causes magma to flow up to the surface and erupt as a volcano. And so the big island of Hawaii is currently where the Hawaiian hotspot is, and all the seamounts in the Hawaiian Island chain up through the Emperor chain probably came from that, where the Pacific plate slides over top of this hotspot in the mantle and produces islands. And this happens all across the Pacific at different ages and different times. Hotspots turn on, turn off. And so there's a couple different island chain, volcano. Can we look at Snail Center, please?
Video, come on up.
That crisscross this area. And so trying to understand which of these are main line Hawaiian volcanism versus Cretaceous era or other time points. So like we're seeing a lot of the Hawaiian Island chains, and there's the Wentworth chain into the Lulukalani Ridge chain, and so there's a lot of different seamounts out here at different ages. All right, that's all we need. Thank you.
Copy that.
And so collecting the geological samples here will allow us to date those rocks and get a better sense of what, which seamount chain or which the different features are from, which will help us reconstruct the previous movement of the Pacific plate.
So it's really kind of our, excuse me, really our kind of way to rewind into the past to see exactly how these movements of the plates occurred and which hot spots created which seamounts.
Yep. And Val's pointing out that there's also distinctive chemistries between the age and compositions in areas like this. I'm particularly, Val, I don't know if you probably haven't, I don't know if you caught the pre-dive looking at the map, which I don't actually think we streamed, but the bathymetry to this site looked very different at higher resolution than it did originally. And there's some really fascinating, Roland just put it up on stream 3, so if you look at stream 3, Val, you can see the bathymetry of this feature. I'm trying to pull it up so I can mess with it for you. But you can see all the like cinder coney type things and flows on top, and it almost looks like a geo that's had some kind of secondary volcanism occur more recently. It's pretty cool looking. We're trying to, it should be on stream 3 right now, I just can't move it yet. There we go. So the orange line is the dive track, and you kind of see how the whole top of this flat feature almost looks like it's got little cinder cone type things on top of it now.
Enemy left.
You want to snap it?
Yep. That really is a very different view, considering this many seamounts as we've seen this expedition.
Hey, Rich.
Yeah.
So a little bit more rugged and
nice.
This is an anemone, an actinarian we're looking at right now. All right, Roland, thank you. We can switch back. So one of the things we generally try and do on these dives is to hit a transition point somewhere, land in one set of kind of bathymetry and then move into another, and this dive actually is going to be potentially the exception to that. We may be in this kind of same set of slopes and terrains for most of the dive, which will give us a really kind of, trying to get a sense of how consistent these are even within relatively similar lines. So we talk about how deep sea life is very patchy, which is pretty standard and I'm sure true, but because, at least on dives that I help pick the dive sites, we almost always try and hit a transition point, getting a sense of the consistency of the benthic fauna over a long distance. We don't actually do, and so this dive will be a little bit of an interesting contrast to how we've been doing the last few dives, where we've always been trying to hit the top or hit the point where it goes from shallow to steep or something like that, and staying in relatively similar bathymetry over the course of 400 or 500 meters, it'll be an interesting study on how consistent the life is without having like a geological or environmental gradient change.
Go ahead, survey 2.
Yeah, and I think it's just as important to see what's the same versus what's different, because they both give you different data points, and it's easier to kind of put that into a larger model when you're trying to evaluate seamounts, just more, maybe seamounts that haven't been explored. You can at least have a better idea going in what that may look like.
Welcome back from lunch.
Welcome back, Sada.
Thank you. I saw you got a good rock.
Excellent rock.
Excellent rock. Excellent rock that was streaming sediment off of it. That's kind of a cool vision for the current.
Those are the best kind of rocks, right?
Yeah, rocks that have stuff on them, like encrusters and sediment. My favorite. We've actually been pulling up a pretty cool diversity of, I don't know if you call it microfauna, but yeah, every rock that I've been looking at has some sort of encruster on it, whether it's like a juvenile sponge or a tube worm or those kind of weird Homochiasian forams that we were talking about earlier on the stream. There's a lot of life on these rocks. So that's why I love them. I like looking for things that are a little bit unassuming.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, it's great joining you guys for lunch today.
Yeah, thanks, Sam.
We'll see you later.
Good luck with your paperwork.
It's the life of the expedition coordinator. Yeah. I do it so you don't have to.
I appreciate it, and I appreciate it.
Much. More crazy gorges.
Actually,
is that a
sorry,
metallic?
yeah, can we look at the coral on the top of that boulder?
Yep.
Yeah.
I thought I knew what it was, and then as the angle changed, I'm not sure I do.
Nice.
Or it's not sure. Let me rephrase. It's not. I'm not sure it is what I thought it was.
The ship.
There we go.
So the ship, I think, stopped, but the vehicles, there's still motion. Is that where you're? Copy. I think we won't have time for that, but.
So is this the Metallogorgia?
Nope.
You're talking.
It's
a
a skinny little Chrysogorgia
background.
Yep.
Yeah, copy that.
Chrysogorgia.
All right, video. You want to comment on this?
Nice.
I do.
Yep. It's got a little spiral to the stalk, and it's got multiple layers, and it's got a Europtychus and not a brittle star.
Nice.
So this is what I thought it was.
Commercial.
Looks like a Bobby rock, huh?
One sample, and the entire reputation is just blown.
New record. Hey. That's a good reputation.
Yeah.
Or made, depending on how you look at it.
I think record. Yeah, a reputation made. Bobby is welcome in Rock Jock community anytime. As is
Bobby
the whole
the rock
crew.
jockey.
Right. Science is happy, but if you want to spend a second with video, that's cool too.
Yeah, copy that. Video.
Megan puts is suggesting this is Chrysogorgia tricalis.
54, so 6 minutes ago. So maybe a little swing left.
A little swing. You think we have time to do a quick lighting?
Oops.
All right, we'll go for. We'll skip this for now.
We'll find a bigger one.
Yeah.
Looks like we came up to a little bit of a flatter area while I was away.
Yeah, maybe just a little bit. And there's still a giant wall right there on the left.
Oh, that's so cool. I love when we can skirt along a ridgeline and look at the drop-off. Oh, nice. What depth are we at? 2345? Pretty good amount of sedimentation here. That's cool. Are these more primnoids?
Yeah, I think we're still in the Cliptrophora range for the most part.
Awesome.
That might be a Romellogorgia there as well.
We get
Looks like
tight on that
a Walteria. I've seen one or two. I don't know if you got a good look at one earlier yet or not.
We did. We got a look at one that was having.
Showing the polyps.
It was getting eaten by a.
Super tight.
I have the name by a sea star. Bathysera masterteres sea star.
Nice.
Yeah.
Figure that out.
That Chris Ma described from Capstone.
Yeah, I think they wanted to do more of that ridge to your left.
Okay.
Copy.
We'll go to the top.
All right, that's that.
All the way to the very top one.
Do you want me to
Nice.
do that, or you want
that.
the tip?
That right there.
Copy.
We're getting a nice microscope view.
I could get a little closer on.
Closer would be best.
That's amazing.
Then it'll be too close for the R3 for reference,
Yeah.
but I can.
More concerned with getting it the best image for the science of the macro, so R3 should be able to get that as well.
Do you want the next move to be a little bit to port? Maybe 330, so try to get you back to that ridge a little bit.
You want to try that?
Yep. Topmost stock.
Wait till he's done with this.
Awesome. I love getting to use D2 as a microscope. Oh, that's pretty cool. So what's going on here, Brian? Are these the sponge spicules? Does it have hydroids growing out of it? I was feeling hydroid earlier, but I do not really know what these Walteria sponges look like in close-up. So I saw those.
I don't know if I've ever looked exactly this closely at one of the Walteria's spike arms before.
Yeah.
It is kind of a cool view.
Yeah, it's awesome. We saw one earlier that had hydroids in it. So.
Yeah.
Thrusters that are rotating at rapid RPMs that work their way down to the.
But these Walteria are really noticeable because of these long kind of arm things that come off their center stalk.
Isolation mounts.
Yeah.
Dampen.
Kind of got cactus-like prickles from a distance.
Yeah.
Tilt down. Slow.
I'll hold this. Just tell me if you want me to stop tilting.
Yep, just keep going at that pace. Just hold on that circular top section.
Copy. I'll center it and pause.
Oh, and Steve Oskovich is giving us the scientific term for the Walteria arms. They're actually called lateralia. I like that.
Yeah, and they all seem to have this Cnidarian associate that we're looking at here.
Yeah. That's so cool. I love how these corals and sponges just end up being kind of like home to so many different organisms and often have these really specific associates on them.
Do we know?
Yeah.
Megan or Steve, do you know what the Cnidarian associate is? Is it an anemone, like an Wardziella or something? Or?
I see some pink worms. Go straight right now.
Do you want to rotate or keep going down?
Stop right there.
Stopped?
Go to the right. Don't worry, R3, we haven't forgot yet. Just want to get these extreme close-ups.
I'm going to have to shift a little roll on, so bye. Okay.
Now tilt up. Okay. Up more. See the worms wrapped around, or brittle stars, whatever they are.
Oh, to the right?
Yeah.
You can also see some probably little tiny brittle stars there on the right of the screen.
Oh. Oh, there's so little.
Okay, let's go down. I think there's a radiolarian or something down there.
I can't quite tell. It's so little.
Yeah.
Okay, there's a cross coming to this towards center.
Copy, I'll center it and stop. Paused.
Oh, that's awesome. So that's I'm pretty sure that's a radiolarian, the cross-shaped organism center, right? Which is a type of small siliceous building organism that typically, well, some of them live up in the upper water column, or like are pelagic. They float around for most of their lives. Don't know if there's benthic radiolarians,
I'm just
actually.
pull out to see if there's anything else.
I've never heard someone say benthic radiolarians, but we've been seeing one. But almost every coral or sponge we've zoomed in, and we've seen one stuck
until
on.
we get the other computer up and running.
So at this depth, like we're way below the deep scattering layer, so I don't know if these are falling down or maybe there are such things.
Yeah, we were finding a few of them in the sediments from the 4,000 meter deep weird lumpy volcano from a couple dives ago. So part of me is thinking they're just falling all the way down,
for R3.
which is pretty amazing. And I also noticed that they oftentimes the glue at the center of these really lumpy detrital masses that
do you want
end
to
up over the
turn
rocks
port
that kind of
towards
look
the
like
ledge
schmutz,
and do the
or
next
like
move just a little more towards
little
the
balls
ledge?
of poop, which is what they are. Oftentimes they're glued around a radiolarian
maybe
shell or test.
I don't know.
And I just feel like those, the radiolarians are sticky.
See what that looks like on Bolivia.
Not seeing any cliffs or anything up ahead, so that's good. A little steeper there, but not by much.
Just get you a little closer to that edge to the left.
Yeah.
Okay. You want 15?
Sure, let's do it.
Alright. I'll get you 320. 15 meters. Get you a little closer. Bridge, this is RV nav. Yeah, make a move 15 meters, bearing 320 degrees, speed decimal 2. Good copy, Bridge. Thank you.
Nice, kind of sparse but relatively consistent community of corals here.
Now we got all the rocks.
We have so many rocks. The rocks always come out after you collect a rock. They like to taunt you.
Is it okay to push in on cereals here? It's pretty clear water.
Nice. Ooh, so these kind of two branching primnoids, are those?
Clyptophoras.
Clyptophora. Okay, that's the one I struggle with. Do you know why it's named that?
No. I don't think I know why any. The Latin is there, but usually it's described in the paper naming them. So.
Where do those papers typically go? Yep. Like, if you want to know why a species is described the way it is, where do you look for
They're
them?
linked in worms, so look up the. I would look up the species in worms and then follow the link to the description.
What is worms for people who aren't marine scientists?
Worms is the world order of marine species.
It's I think I Google worms marine to find it, and yeah, it's kind of fascinating. They have so many. It's just all the taxonomy you could ever want is in there, and lots of the history of like the names that species had previously before they were redescribed. That is really helpful too, especially for me when I'm working on, maybe some organisms that haven't been or have been described.
Thank you for that pilot.
They were described in like the 1800s with one name, and then that name kind of carried on in one part of the community, and I have to like go back and revise my taxonomy. I go through worms a lot for 4Ms because there's a lot of lumping and splitting and renaming that happens. Yeah, and Chris Ma's reminding us that the URL to worms is marinespecies.org.
It was World Register of Marine Species, not World Order.
Yeah. Does what the acronym actually mean anything at any point when you just start saying worms?
Probably. But I knew either the O or the R was small in the acronym, but I couldn't remember which one.
I wonder if that one's a backronym or not.
I don't know what a backronym is.
Oh, it's where you want to name it something? You're like, I want this to be named worms. What words can I use to make it spell worms?
I used to work at a master, with a master of that, who he was the one who named the Capstone campaign, and he really stretched it from, I don't remember what Capstone stood for at this point, but it was a stretch.
Yeah, someone I used to work with at UC Berkeley, Lisa White, she's amazing at those kinds of acronyms. I think she was part of like GeoPaths and STEM Cs and all these programs that have like incredible names, and then somehow manages to make it also sound incredibly eloquent when it's not an acronym. What was STEM Cs even? STEM Cs. STEM Cs is a really cool program, though. It brings folks out onto ship-based expeditions. So you go on a ship and you'll do different types of training. Like you'll get trained to do, specific things in oceanography. Or this recent one they did was actually about marine technology. So they brought folks who wanted to work on ships and be part of the crews that do, like, deploy ROVs or deploy sensors or deploy coring equipment. And it's, a really awesome training program. And they came by UH a couple months ago, so I was stoked about getting to meet the folks that were on that marine technology cruise. And STEM Cs, the acronym is Science, Technology, Engineering, and Math Student Experiences Aboard Ships. Masterful.
Chris Moss pointing out that for a dead language, there's some pretty creative interpretations sometimes for species names, too. I sometimes regret not taking Latin in school. I didn't want to take it then, even though I wanted to be a scientist, because I didn't feel like taking a dead language was all that practical. But there are times that I wish I knew the Latin better when dealing with all the species terms and kind of the Latin places that scientists still use terms.
Could rotate a little starboard for next one. Co-pilot, what do you think? You want to come like 15 degrees starboard? Yeah, let's line that up. See what it looks like.
Get you back on the ledge.
Yeah.
Wow. These are some good rocks.
Yes, I said there wasn't going to be a lot of transitions, but we've definitely encountered one here.
Yeah, we went from a more dense coral community on pillows to this, like...
Can we look at the fuzzy coral to the just about dead center bottom now? On the left of the two?
Ooh. Black coral?
I think you're correct.
Whoa. Okay.
Biddy, you want to come partial?
Bathopathes.
Nope.
That doesn't look like a bathtub.
Oh, it does not look like a bathtub. You're right. What does it look like? A brush? Brushopathes? We're just going to apply that to everything now.
Video. You want to come back to partial? Let me stable up. We'll go in.
So I think this is likely a heteropathes.
Heteropathes?
Yeah. Or
Biddy, you can come in now.
Is it because the arms are kind of all like homogene, all every which way? Oh, look, the polyps just moved. Oh, that's cool. Watching them wiggle like that. Or no,
maybe Trissopathes.
Trissopathes. I can't even come up with a joke for that one. Trissopathes.
Yeah, Trissopathes.
We really need a website where you can look up the etymology of species names. Because, ooh, that's fascinating. Oh, and there's hummus.
What caused that abrupt move?
I don't know.
Is that current?
All right, thank you very much.
I guess just downwelling.
There's a little brittle star running away from us.
Fish was going by or something.
Yeah, I wonder if something like jumped off, but I don't see anything.
Yeah, actually, I think I see what might have jumped off. Could we zoom the star that's kind of just below the tip of that, the bottom tip of that coral now?
White color, super small.
Yeah, super small white.
On the right, just a little bit right.
A little brittle star, maybe?
Super tiny.
Yeah.
Like the kind that sits on corals.
Whoa.
Oh, what is that?
It's got a dark.
Very extended central disk.
Oh man, this I think this star needs some laxatives. Is that? No, I've been learning from Chris Ma that some of them have these like anal sacs that they hold poop in until they're ready to release.
I think that's mainly sea stars. I don't know if that applies to brittle stars.
Yeah, the one that we collected with the brown disc the other day. I don't know if he was joking or not, but yeah, it does. The Prince Sea Star. Chris Ma says, "Oh wow." Okay, Chris Ma, what is this? It's kind of weird. It's like a blueberry.
Look at all those little legs.
It's going. Oh, it looks like...
I could get... I'm nearing my rotate limit. I could get a little closer, but it's not going to be much.
Are we in a position where we could collect that?
Nav, what's ship doing?
You've been stopped since 12, so yeah, you're okay.
Since 12? Okay, copy that. Yeah, I think so.
Right.
All right, awesome.
You want to keep an eye on...
Roger.
You have to collect it with the arm, though.
Ooh, never mind.
I was just kidding.
Please don't collect it with the arm.
All right, Nav, what suction jars should we go for?
I would do your standard number 3, standard course.
Oh, no.
Copy, standard course.
Oh, cool. So Chris Ma is saying that they saw a star like this in the Atlantic that was a new genus or species.
Yeah, sounds good. Keep an eye on us.
Still trying to figure out what it is.
We need it. All right, co-pilot, when you're
so
ready.
So that's awesome.
You got it. And then,
it's really moving.
Sure, roll, yeah. All right, arms coming live, 3, 2, 1.
Chris, what would you put for field ID for this?
Other than extremely swole star.
/ other than just send direct to Chris Ma, thank you.
Go slow, and we'll see. I will stop it.
Please send to resident echinoderm expert at the Smithsonian. Smiley face.
That's great.
Thank you, Chris.
Ophiomixa, question mark. Wow, when Chris Ma adds question marks, that is exciting. Ophiomixidae, already.
Okay. You gonna draw in now for me? All right, video, let's come on back in. Okay, great. And then can you come a little on HG2?
So this looks great.
Copy. That's good there. All right, you want to start suction? Give me a little more. He's hanging on. 700, 800. He saw us coming, so he's prepared. He was ready for us.
Yeah. Hard not to see D2 coming. She's very bright.
Come on, little guy.
Yeah. Love a good bonus geo.
Try to stretch him a little. Okay. All right. He's in the nozzle. Start to slow down a little.
Except it wrapped on your flow indicator.
Oh, no.
Okay. Never mind. Come back up.
This is the strategic science shake?
Star feisty. Feisty one, yeah. Yeah, who put that flow indicator right where they can grab it?
Oh.
Sticky little hands.
These stars are smart. Oh. They're really strong.
He does have more suction, John, just so you know.
Okay, yeah. Good, like 1,200.
Well, this is giving us some really good behavioral data. And, yeah, information on how strong these stars are. Thanks.
All right.
Okay.
All right, slow it down.
And dinner bar.
Thank you very much.
All right.
All right,
Star 3.
Rotate to the next jar, so go to C4.
Okay, that was 04 Bravo and C3.
And then you want to turn the
Oh,
suction
and now
light
he's
on?
holding on to the
there he
filter.
is. Nice. Great work.
Good work, bud. Yeah, great work, pilots. Thank you.
That was 04B in jar 3.
All right, let's see. Going to draw out a little for me?
And Shoreside's echoing their thanks as well.
And hold that. Great. Thanks, you.
Okay, jar 3, 04 bio.
All right, arm is off. Nice work. So maybe next time just more thrust initially. Don't ease it in.
This is a sticky arm, so
yeah.
Nice.
All right. Watch, is anything else before we move on?
Nope, move on.
All right.
Nice sample, pilot.
Yeah, great work, pilots. Thank you.
That was a special little star.
That was a great star. And it was on the Trissopathes, potentially. And Chrisma took a moment to look up Trissos. Thank you for enabling my etymology
Do you like
habit.
his heading of 330?
Trissos means three, so it's possibly a reference to the sclerite.
That's about right, isn't it?
On the black hole. Or maybe the branching pattern.
Yeah. That keeps
Cool.
it pretty much parallel with the wall.
Okay. Do you want another move? Maybe 15 or?
Yeah, let's do 15. You want to rotate the 340 copilot?
15 meters, 340. Bridge, this is RV Nav. Hey, we'd like a move here. 15 meters, bearing 340 degrees, speed decimal 2, please. Good copy.
Nice little steep bump here.
Oh, nice.
Sean, if you run out over the gap, what's your altimeter jump to?
Sure, let me back up. It's in the back of the vehicle, so push that out to the side.
Wow, parallel parking.
Lost bottom lock.
D2.
Shot on Sirius of the vehicle.
Let's see. Well, actually, it lost bottom lock, so it's not actually picking it up.
Well, that answers that question.
So that can happen if, depending on terrain, if it's too reflective or
Sure.
not reflective enough.
Okay.
But let's see if it picks anything up.
Can we center
Or
up
it could be an
Sirius
infinite
on
depth
ROV?
as well, so
yeah,
can't rule that out.
What is it max out at? The altimeter is like 60?
Yeah, that's
Usually
my
60
request.
in this setting, yeah.
All right, that's good enough. We'll just trust the multi-beam then. Dead center out in the abyss, there's a star back on the rock.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, copy. You can rotate back, Copilot, since we're moving to some.
I see a hemicorallium, maybe.
There.
Looks like he's climbing up a one thin stalk.
Oh, yeah. Good eye rolling. Oh, this one looks very full. This is what we call in Hawaii, kanakatak.
So did it break over the, or knock over the whip it's on?
Still up in the air.
Oh, there they are. All right. Centering.
Oh, kanakatak? You know, I don't actually know the origin of it, but usually you say it if you eat a lot of food and you're all like sleepy and lazy. I don't know if it's because of snack, like a snack attack, or what, but it's like the post-meal siesta haze. Yeah, when you're so full, you're not just like a good full, you're like overfull, like pohalake.
So it looks like this sea star has pretty much eaten this entire little baby bamboo it's on.
Yeah, there's even potentially bits of bamboo behind it?
Maybe.
Like sclerites? Or something?
I think the base is
Right, I think we're done with the star, but we're curious to look at the coral just to the left and see if there's any crinoids.
Let's go to the top of the stalk to show that that's the base, and he's at the tip now.
You want the top?
Yeah. Yeah, so this is a Atheraster Arendic feeding on this bamboo coral.
It's actually worked its way up, eaten the whole coral and knocked it over, and is now sitting on the last couple polyps as it eats it, it looks like.
Oh my gosh. It got too heavy for the coral.
Yep.
It was complete, so Sarah should
That's
start
amazing.
swinging pretty soon.
Oh, and a scale worm. Shoo-doo-doo. Well, I feel like we've just interrupted something kind of private.
Okay, video's clear.
Here. It's a very vulnerable sea star.
To the left.
Gorging on its final meal on this coral.
Yeah, just want to look at the crinoid kind of on the right side of that coral.
All right, video, come on out.
Ooh.
Skip fogs at 75%.
Is this similar to the crinoid that we found on that really deep? What's it deep? No, the isolated seamount at the far extreme western edge of Papahanaumokuakea.
It's similar, but
yeah, I don't know if it's exactly the same.
I don't know if it's exactly the same.
Going tight.
Yeah, Chris, there was a little polychaete, not on the star, but in the background behind the star.
Great view of everything sticking out. Let's see if Kelly Markello has an ID for this crinoid.
Clear.
Copy that. All right, watch leads, all set there?
All set.
All right, let's keep going.
Though actually, before we go, would it be possible to take a Niskin real quick?
Yeah.
Or as we're going, whichever.
Sure. Yeah, we can do that now.
Alrighty.
Nav, you ready for Niskin?
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
I was born ready.
Olivia, you ready for Niskin? She's shaking her head no.
Yep.
Not ready, not ready.
So wait.
All right, she's good now.
Sorry, Kelly, I'm confused by your text. Do you want us to collect this crinoid?
I did not see fire.
Nope.
Okay. Jostle the vehicle.
Nice.
Nice. All right, 05W, Niskin 2. Thank you. And we're trying to figure out if this crinoid...
Yes, we'd like to collect that crinoid, please.
Okay.
Oh, copy that.
Sorry.
Let's do it. No worries.
Yep. Let me just take a peek up real quick.
Thank
the terrain is. Nav, what's ship status? We're stopped, right?
We've been stopped since 28.
28.
4 minutes ago.
Copy that.
We might have to come up a little bit and look down, but...
Do you want to just move Sirius back 5 meters?
Sure.
Thanks. Would this be a snip, or is this,
No, this is a suck.
Suck? Okay. It'll come, well, I guess we'll find out.
Bridge is RV now.
Yeah, I think the last one, similar to this, I don't remember, I don't know if it's the same species or not, but...
Can I do move 5 meters,
It didn't
bearing
fly
160
away, I
degrees,
think.
speed decimal 2,
But we
please?
sectioned it and it was totally fine.
Thanks, Bridge.
It's got to position the drawer in a way where I can get the hose wash leads.
Yep, understood.
Sounds good, thank you.
All right, can you keep an eye on Sirius Nav?
Yeah.
While we do this? Thanks.
I got it up there. Sick.
Okay. So I think you have enough room on your port tab, but we'll find out pretty quickly. Come out slow like before. All right, arm is coming live. 3, 2, 1. Arm is on. All right, if you want to draw out slow for me when you're ready. Hold that. Yeah. There you're good. That's how we know when we're at our limit.
Hey, Bridge. Thank you, Bridge.
Is HD2 full wide? Or is it just my imagination? Oh, thanks. Yep, understood. Okay, draw in for me. Alright, let me see if I can just do this. Okay, you wanna, let's see. Is 4 good? No?
4's ready, yep.
Alright,
Good,
you wanna
good,
start
good.
section? Just go for like 800,000 maybe? Video, can we get some zooms on our HDs? He's in. Alright, just go all the way.
All right, if it's not going to release easily, we can also just clip the coral. The coral would be useful too, and it's definitely not going to swim away.
Yep.
Which was my fear earlier.
It's hard to see if its feet are coming loose. Oh.
Oh, okay.
And
Slow it down, slow it down.
No, it's in there.
Stop.
It's coming around.
Alright. Then you can
I think a bit of the coral came too, Brian.
It did.
It did.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, there's a piece of coral in there too.
Okay.
Nice work.
You got a crinoid.
We got a crinoid.
With a bonus coral item.
Thank you, everybody. Cryptophora angularis is the coral.
And I go to canister 5, and then you can draw out a little bit when you're ready.
Oh, it's swimming.
Oh, it is swimming.
Wow.
Wow. Given how long it held on, I thought it might not be one of the swing times.
I thought so too. That's good to know. Okay.
All right, hold that. Okay, great. Thanks. You can draw in.
Jar 406 bio.
Okay, arms off.
Excellent sample pilot.
All right, watch it. Anything else in this area before we move?
I think that's it. Thank you so much,
You got
pilots.
it.
But you also know we can never trust us when you say that.
Yeah.
The crinoid's trying to move still.
Yeah, it is. Wow.
I think he has all of his arms, or it looks like it.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Wow. Yeah, so I think Megan Putz was saying that it looks similar to the species we collected on Friday that was potentially undescribed or a new species, and so it'll be cool to see if it is.
Come up a little bit in center.
And we've been getting great input on crinoids from Kelly Markello, who I think is at the California Academy of Sciences. She's been super helpful, giving us crinoid IDs, helping us point out different parts on the crinoid body, like the reproductive pinnules.
Move is complete,
and
thank you.
helping us figure out which ones are potentially new species or important to collect for scientific impact. And it sounds like, oh yeah, so I asked Kelly what she gets up to with crinoids, what she's currently working on. And it sounds like Kelly's been working on morphological and molecular identification of comatulid crinoids. So using SEM to look at the morphological structures, doing
good 10 meters
DNA
out.
barcoding.
You just want to do a 10 meter range.
And yeah, this will add, I think, some diversity to that work, which is mostly currently focused on shallower species from the Philippines.
And SEM is scanning electron microscopy.
Yes. Let's do a move.
It is
10
like
meters,
a super
bearing
mega
340
extra powered
degrees,
microscope
speed
where
decimal
you shoot
2, please.
electrons at something to see it in really fine detail. It's awesome. It's like driving a spaceship.
Good copy.
Thank you, Kelly.
Driving a spaceship?
Yeah, the one that we use. It's kind of glowing. It's pretty cool.
If you look at high pack, Sean, it looks like the ridge might go a little bit more to port there, but we'll see what you see in real life.
Yeah, copy that. I guess that makes sense because we were kind of parallel at 340.
Yeah, no, we did a draw.
So, yeah.
Nice sample. It looked like you were using the flow indicator to actually that little piece of nylon kind of helped.
I was trying to use
the edge.
Tip
yeah.
Trying to create some compliance.
Utility left. It looked like the sonar computer restarted, so now I can. I'm gonna try it. So exit.
Oh, cool. Okay, one more crinoid fact. It sounds like Kelly's also trying to put together a field guide to crinoids, since a lot of species are only known from dredge specimens that come up broken. Oh, and there's another one. Can we zoom on this crinoid on this rock, please, pilots? Thank you. Cool. Good timing for crinoid talk. But yeah, since a lot of crinoids, when they come up, can be broken, it's really helpful to have videos from ROVs like Deep Discoverer.
How close can you get
to see what they look like when they're actually, living in their real habitats, kind of doing what they typically do.
I think he's asking you.
Seeing what they look like in life, rather than
is that what you asking him
in a museum is super helpful.
I'm doing it.
Oh, from your side, copy. I don't know if you wanted the relay turned off at the.
Oh no, you can leave it on. Leave it on.
Okay. All right, video. What's that?
Fog lights at 50%.
Oh, and I think this is a white antedonted crinoid. We were seeing some of these earlier on in the dive. So potentially relative of the one that we just collected. And there's,
hey, Bridge.
Through the haze of the arm that's sticking out, you can see these bulbs on the central disc of the crinoid. And I think those are reproductive really pinnules.
But it
maybe, or no, maybe that's just the center of the disc. The pinnules are branching off of it. Oh, cool.
You can switch to the sonar computer on that KVM.
Okay. Sonar is restored.
Okay, I think that's good for science when everybody is happy.
Okay, full.
And I guess that center bulb is potentially full of poop. I love science. That's pretty awesome.
It's that white object to the upper right of it. We rotate for that small object.
Are you ready for that?
Yeah.
My toe will bump eventually, but I might be able to get it without moving. Little sponge.
Nice sponge in the background. And yeah, so on the crinoid arm in front of the sponge, you can see these structures called pinnules that are sticking off of them. And if you look at the little hairs that are kind of coming out of that, I think that's what the crinoid uses to filter feed. I actually don't know the word for it. If it's, yeah, but it kind of looks like tube feet on sea urchins and sea stars, because they're also echinoderms. And watching them feed is beautiful. It's nice to get to see the fuzzy bits.
Video's clear.
I find the crinoids so beautiful. We're scuba diving, watching them all. I did some diving in Indonesia over the holidays this year in Raja Ampat, and I was captivated by the different crinoids that all would basically be on the same coral. Now, there's some color morphology. They may have been the same species with different color morphs or whatnot, but it looked to me like there was 2 or 3 different species all hanging out on the same coral sometimes, and it really got me thinking about some of the theoretical ideas about exclusionary evolution and how the same organism can't, in theory, shouldn't have multiple species occupying the same niche.
Oh, yeah.
So niche partitioning amongst shallow water crinoids was a big thought for me a couple months ago, and I didn't really come to any conclusions. Look at the lobster sitting in the squat lobster there.
Yeah, I think.
Ceturoploria.
Wow, cool.
Sponge.
Yeah.
It's got an mopsid immunitus. I'm not sure what that is yet. Probably just hydroid.
Yeah, there's off the right of the sponge.
Aminopsid, cool. Squat lobster there.
Very cool. And those lasers are showing 10 centimeters between them, so pretty decent sized sponge. That's awesome.
Tag the base. Nice. All right, keep going.
Yeah, and Kelly's saying, yeah, the crinoids definitely mix in the same coral in shallower water. I think down here in the deep we see a little bit less of the numbers of species, like that species diversity that you get in shallower systems.
Kelly, I haven't read basically anything about crinoid ecology. Is there thoughts on how the niche partitioning works within for interpacific competition and stuff between the different shallow water crinoids?
Big sponge coming in on serious view.
I want to make sure.
Do you see the sponge in serious view?
I think we just don't use it. I think that might be what was causing the computer to crash.
Okay.
So we're going to not do it.
Copy that. Kind of up, rolling.
Yep, upper left.
Yeah, we'll get on the
next so pass. Kelly's noting in the chat there's definitely different behavioral niches, and
should we do another 10?
The way that
pretty steep,
crinoids position their arms helps to differentiate the species a little bit more than their color. sometimes. It sounds like there might be a lot of interest-specific variation in terms
I was
of color.
texting Chris about the sonar. We're all stopped. We've been stopped since 42.
But yeah, otherwise not a lot now.
We do another
Makes
10.
sense. I truly
Absolutely.
don't know that many people
340
that study
look good?
living crinoids. I think Kelly might be the
So, what do
first
you
one
think,
I've met virtually.
Okay. Pretty deserving enough.
Yeah, Chuck Messing used to always be my go-to crinoid
Moves
expert.
things last 10 meters, bearing 340 degrees,
Sun
speed
anemone.
decimal 2.
Yep.
With its tentacles kind of retracted in?
Thanks, Mitch.
Or is it just short?
I think it's
stubby?
short tentacles.
Really? It's a stubby anemone?
So lasers.
Wow.
Lasers off.
Kind of looks like a pom-pom. But like the kind that I've tried to make myself by hand that don't look super awesome. Not that it's not cute. All life's beautiful, etc. But, what is this? Oh.
I like your lower
Megan
shot
says it's
shooting up on it.
Actinostolidae.
It's good
She's
shadows.
so fast. It's a deep sea family of anemones,
Spring of fog lights
some of
at
which
25%.
occur at hydrothermal vents. That's really cool.
Let's take it at 50. There we go.
Megan, are you just annotating in VARs right now too? Just going to call this dive done when you're when we pull it up.
I feel like it's going to be annotated as soon as we are out of the water. That's so fast.
Max zoom.
We're looking, zooming in tight on its mouth here.
Adjusting the colors.
So Cnidarians only have one entrance into their body, so this both serves the purpose of mouth and anus for the most part. But
Which is such a wild, what a wild body plan, but hey, it's awesome. Go off. Works out.
Slight tilt down.
Stop there.
so Megan is apparently annotating our Palau dives while watching our dive too.
That's ridiculous. She's so fast. I feel like she can just do this in her sleep without thinking.
Roll and let me know when you're done. Then,
Yep.
Yeah.
Let's go down to the
Megan was
bottom
sailing as the
polyps
navigator for the RV on our Palau trip, and I was kind of like, I don't know why I'm here.
Yeah.
Like, she'd come up and do dinner relief on my watch. And be like, why don't I just go to dinner at the same time as the navigator, and you could just do both jobs?
Yeah. All in one. That's pretty cool.
Okay, pulling out slow. I'm going to hold when I get
It's a cool shot now, 3 shot.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Holding there.
Oh, this is an awesome shot.
Video is clear. Whatever R3 needs.
okay, great. We'll keep moving. Got lasers on it one last time.
All right, thank
Let's
you.
go. Yep.
Fogs are clear.
All right, Copilot. So I'll line up. I'll center up with you, and maybe let's rotate a little. Maybe like to north. Just want to.
Roger.
I'll cheat over to the drop off. So we got a good reference point.
Yay, drop off view. Oh, look at these rocks. Oh, there's some
Maybe
big
a little
pillows.
more than north. Maybe 15, 10. What do you think, Sean? Or do you like north?
We can keep going. Yeah, why don't we at least keep that?
Yeah.
Well, he's only at 350. Nice.
Yeah, I agree. All right.
Nice and steep.
That move just finished 3 minutes ago.
Copy. Let me poke my head up.
It was a 340
Get eyes
move.
on it. We're looking. Do you want to point straight north, Copilot? Maybe go to 10. Let's try that for the next one.
Okay, so we're continuing our way up.
Something like that now. What do you think?
Our 7th unnamed seamount of this expedition.
Yeah, due north. I like due north.
We're currently 150 nautical miles away from Manawai, or Pearl and Hermes Atoll, is our closest point of land.
Yeah,
we're
at 10. Still pretty steep right here, but
20 meters below sea level.
We could do 10.
And we've been seeing a pretty cool,
Bridges
relatively sparse, but I'd say diverse
Can we do
community
10 meters due north?
That's
10 meters, 0,
Ooh,
0,
that's a
0.
large
Speed decimal 2.
Can we zoom on that crinoid coming bottom left?
Thanks, Bridge.
Yeah.
Thanks. Sorry. It
No,
could be
you're
a quick one. I just want to see if it's the same one that we just collected.
It's definitely not.
Yeah, it looks.
Video snap.
It looks purple. Wow.
Let's go for the feet.
Video says this is the radish crinoid. Oh, it's like got a balayage. That's cool.
On, but I'm getting a little closer.
Kelly says, ooh, this is different. Nice view of the cirri attaching to the coral there.
There's going to be a
These
bump.
little feet.
Here it comes.
And it looks like it's regrowing an arm. Do they do that? Regrow arms like sea stars?
I believe so. And they're echinoderms, so I wouldn't be at all surprised if they do. I'm more curious, what eats the arms?
Yeah. Yeah, like those headless crinoids we were seeing.
Yep, back to the headless zombie crinoids.
Exactly. What a cool thing. So I think Megan identified this as Pathrometra as the genus.
Good grip, huh?
I think that's good for science whenever.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does have a
cirri?
good grip. Yeah,
Tilt
really
down
strong
towards
cirri.
the tips of the arms.
Is that what cirri is named after? I'm just going to start making things up.
Very nice.
Yep. Start a fad.
I believe the spelling is different.
It is. It's Cirri. Yeah.
And I'm going to go full screen from here.
I think Apple missed an opportunity there, though. Oh, sorry. Sathrometra is the name of the genus. Cool. Thank you.
Yeah, Hypex says that it's due north, Sean.
Okay.
To ride this ridge.
Great.
Your awareness?
Beautiful framing. Okay, video's clear.
Copy that. Let's keep going.
All right, thank you.
Lays on it one last time. Let's go.
Oh, big crinoid.
Small C far above it.
Oh, is that a
Oh, do you want to snap it, actually?
Sure.
Yeah.
Arthroaster.
Yeah.
Already kind of left my perch, but
that's good.
That's pretty cool. Okay, thank you.
There's lasers on it. Nice.
All right. Hey, Rich. It was complete. 22. 84.
There really is a wide diversity of echinoderms in the deep sea.
How's our depth match up today?
You're at the 2370 contour right now.
Oh, okay. So
wait.
A little bit of a discrepancy.
So the crinoid, cool.
Steep though.
It is a crinoid. Well, yeah, crinoid
Steep
city.
features tend to skew things.
Crinoid, mid-sized city like Sacramento, California.
2380.
Great city. I love Sac.
Yeah. Right. That's right. 2320.
Cool. And are these more primnoids?
Mainly, yeah. Looks like a couple Norella and a lot of this lyrate Calyptrophora we've been seeing all throughout the dive.
What does lyrate mean?
Relabeled the contours.
Kind of a lyre. I think it relieved the actually left of the lyre of the instrument. And it's kind of that base with the, almost like a harp.
Yeah. Oh, awesome.
fix it.
Oh, yeah, look at that. Lyrate. That's a really great description, actually. I love when there's these, like, poetic names for morphologies and species.
Yeah.
The heavy ground tucked in under that rock.
Nice.
Counters are hard, okay?
Some more sponge husk collected in a corner.
Video size, say again?
22. 20.
That's that, is that the lyrate shape? Cool.
Watchers, did you call for anything?
Negative.
No,
Okay,
no.
great.
I'm just
Sure. There were a few voices at the same time, so make sure I didn't miss anything.
Too many voices in your head, I get it.
Yep, same.
And some of them are even real.
Oh, that's the worst part.
You're an important team member.
All right, Nav, when did ship stop?
Okay, 54, so...
Cool.
We
Nice
did
to see the
4 minutes
slope.
ago.
We do another 10?
All right.
We're still seeing kind of the same...
So we're getting out of that looser rock and back into steeper consolidated basalt, manganese encrusted consolidated basalt.
Yeah, wondering if we'll get some big
Let's
boulders
do move
that
same
have
as
corals
last.
on them.
10 meters
The
due
further up we
north,
go.
000, speed decimal 2.
We shall see. I didn't get a good look at the
Good
bathy,
job.
so
22.
kind of flying by what we're getting from Sirius here. Oh, nice. Thanks, Brian.
Let's look into the east.
Pretty steep.
Another
Yeah,
anemone
this is
upper
pretty
left.
steep.
Purple variety.
All right,
Should
cool.
be like right. I think we're like right here.
Oh, okay, awesome.
But did you see this flow? Like, look at this.
Oh, whoa. Yeah, so we remapped this last night, right, and got better bathy for it?
Yeah, it had been mapped by a lower resolution system previously. We did have multi-beam for it, but it wasn't. It was a 12 kilohertz system, so it wasn't as high resolution as what Okeanos can do. It's a real trade-off in thinking about how to outfit a ship for deep water exploration is you can put a lower frequency system like a 12 kilohertz system and get much, much wider swath widths, like twice as wide at certain depths. But it's lower resolution. Or you can put a 30 kilohertz system like what we have and get half the area coverage but a higher resolution at like between 2,000 and 3,000 meters.
Can you do both at the same time?
In theory, yes.
Like both systems on one ship?
Yep.
Oh, cool.
So the
that'd be a loud ship.
The Okeanos' replacement, the NOAA ship Discoverer, is going to have a 70 kilohertz and 12 kilohertz, both systems.
I think we were at the shipyard, I think 6 months ago.
Yeah.
I think it was one of the first things they installed.
Yeah.
You have to go underneath and look.
You actually got to go on board? Or?
Yeah.
Nice.
We did both. It was cool to see him.
Swimming ship on
Yeah,
the
the
right.
Discoverer is going to have all the systems. We joked that Kongsberg made a deal, buy 3, get 1 free, and she's going to have like 3 or 4 different multi-beams.
Oh, that's pretty cool. Wow, I'm excited about that ship. I got to go on a cruise on the Ride class.
Lasers off for you?
On Sally Ride, actually, in December, and she's a good ship.
The next move out to be a little more starboard.
Okeanos is also a good ship.
Beautiful swimming shrimp here.
Yeah. Shrimp. Brian, you know shrimps are bugs?
There's actually a classic definition of a real definition of bug.
There is. I don't actually know.
Are you using the real definition of bug, or are you just saying
I don't
they're all
know the real
arthropods?
definition of bug. They are all
Just a
arthropods.
picture of a shrimp when you open it up.
Shrimps is bugs.
Shrimps is bugs. What
What's
is
that
the real
from?
definition of bug?
I have to look it up.
Remember
There is
this
a
one.
certain group of arthropods that are true bugs, I think.
I know, and I had friends who were, now I can't remember. Entomologists, thank you, Olivia. in grad school, and I would get it wrong every time. It's like, well, that's why I'm not an entomologist. Apparently, a bug is an insect in the group Hemiptera. It has to have a piercing mouth part. Do shrimp? Shrimps kind of got, you know, there's some piercing bits in there, and some shrimps maybe. I'm stretching, I know.
So at these same depth ranges, we've seen communities dominated by bamboo corals.
Yep.
We've seen communities dominated by primnoids.
Yep.
And in slightly shallower depths, we've seen communities dominated by hemicorallium.
I think the next move will be maybe
it's really
5
interesting
or 10 degrees.
to me about what controls those distributions and why certain places are, and we've had a couple now that are, these Cryptophora have been the dominant coral, at least.
Yeah, it's kind of, it's driving me a little bit crazy. Obviously, I know the deep sea, there's a lot of ecological work that is currently being done. I know you're a part of some of that.
Too? Yeah.
But I definitely don't have that intuition for what to expect on a dive and what types of communities we'll come across.
It was complete, thank you.
And I keep on trying to figure out what the common ground is between these sites with an N of 15 or less, because we haven't done all seamount dives, and I don't know. I feel like I'm seeing shapes in the shadows, kind of. What's your idea for what controls the distribution of these coral communities on seamounts?
I'm really not. I mean, the easy answer is current, but there's a lot more nuance than that, I think. And like we talked about earlier, a few dives ago, you know, there's a stochastic or random element of kind of first colonization that plays a significant role when you think about community composition over long time horizons. You know, there's been a lot of work in community ecology in grasslands. It's kind of where a lot of the theoretical community ecology is done, is in grasses and savannas.
Yeah.
In large part because they have shorter residence times and they're relatively accessible to study. And that founder effect, not in the genetic term, but in the first colonizer term, really plays an important role.
In just another minute, I'll call.
But in an area like this where we still don't really understand exactly the competition, because we don't, like, it doesn't quite make sense when there's so much space here and you're filter feeding. We don't really know how corals compete for resources, or if they do at all. And so some of those kind of grassland-derived community ecology hypotheses or theories may or may not apply down here.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big thing in foram world. Do forams actually compete with each other?
Let's do a move. Same as last. 10
world
meters.
Is big,
Due
foram
north.
is small.
Decimal 2.
And it seems like a lot of what controls
Good copy.
distributions is not necessarily density or like that kind of like density-dependent resource idea that we get from places like grasslands, and more just can they survive under the specific set of environmental conditions and produce more offspring than the others in that community. And they're really, really specific to like very, in some cases, really small environmental niches or environmental like bands. So, yeah, and there's some places like the Santa Barbara Basin where I did my dissertation work where it's a super low diversity community, relatively speaking, compared to other places because it's such an extreme environment, but there's still like 60 species that are present at any given time, and only 8 or 9 of them will be hyperabundant. And those tend to be the ones that can do wacky things like breathe nitrogen gas when there's no oxygen around, and like steal chloroplasts from, you know, algae that's floating down from the surface into the deep and then use them to do chemosynthesis. Like wild, wild adaptations. But it's not necessarily like resource dependent, if that makes sense. It's more like...
Cool. off
yeah,
into the ether.
is the environment survivable?
Fun,
So anyway,
fun wall to climb.
Things like that are those kinds of mysteries of ecology that are fun to think
it's
about.
always fun in the drop-offs and deal.
Yeah.
Good change of pace.
There's a whip. It's been a while.
Hey, Bridge. It was complete. Thank you. 2307.
Oh, shrimp. Levi, I think we need your documentary voice.
At the bottom of the ocean, at 2,300 meters, sometimes there appears to be no life. But if you look close enough, you will always find it.
I hope you get a contract out of this.
Yeah.
That was good.
That was good.
The big blue planet has many mysteries to unfold. For us to unfold. I don't know. I didn't think about that very much.
That was a great one. My family is obsessed with you, Levi.
I think I might have to switch to a different computer. Yeah.
Oops.
I think.
Got another one of those kind of sparsely branchy.
Oh, yeah.
Gorgia's little one here that we've been talking about last two dives.
I think that's the third or fourth one we've seen on this dive.
Yeah, at least.
Oh.
That's pretty cool. Yeah. So, okay, how do these types of corals disperse, Brian? Is it like currents mostly that we think disperses their...
Some brood their things and have probably a smaller dispersement to another broadcast, and so their gametes and the planula get spread further. And so, as we're on the dive planning call today, Steve and Chris were saying that the seamount north of the seamount we're diving on in 2 days is where they found a huge hemicorallium community and wondered if they were actually seeing spawning.
Yeah.
Like 10 or 15.
But like questions about residence times and things like that for the different larval states. And so coral have a planula larval stage that can swim. And so it floats around. It can swim a little bit. There is some choice in where it settles. Some colleagues at Boston University I worked with they were doing a long-term plankton monitoring study in the Central Pacific south of here in the Phoenix Islands. And they kind of are always keeping an eye out for what they thought might be deep-sea coral larvae. And we never, despite going through literally 10 years and millions upon millions of pieces of plankton, we've never found anything that we definitively believe was a deep-sea coral planula.
Wow.
But we set a couple maybes, too.
Just a couple, though?
Yeah, just a couple. Not a lot.
Yeah.
And these are areas that, we've documented some of the deep-sea coral communities in there. We've had 4 expeditions in the last 10 years down there in that same area. And it's one of those questions still about how far they can go. And more work has been done on hydrothermal vent communities and connectivity and gene flow between dispersed large area hydrothermal vent communities. And in some areas there's a lot more than you would expect. In other areas there's less.
Yeah. Why has more work been done there? Is it because they're really like unique, distinctive habitats?
I think so, yeah.
So it's like easy to tell when, or I don't know, you'd expect if you see similar communities across hydrothermal vents, they had to have gotten there by crossing what's essentially like a giant desert for them, right?
Yeah. Thanks. And there's just a lot of, everything's interesting about hydrothermal vents.
Video
so a lot of
on
work has been focused
utility.
on those since their discovery.
That's pretty cool.
Stop it.
The hydrothermal vent statistics
Serious tracking
blows
is
my
getting
mind.
a little bit out there,
And
so
I
maybe
think
there's a
it's
steep section out in
this
front of
estimate's a little old, and so I suspect it's a later date. But how much land area on the entire ocean do you think hydrothermal vents take up? Like just the vents and their immediate associated communities.
rotate to like 15.
I would assume it's like 0.00001% of the ocean or something.
I think it's. I didn't count how many zeros you got, but yeah, the one estimate from I think 2014 said that only 50 kilometers of seafloor, globally hydrothermal vents only account for 50 kilometers of seafloor, square kilometers.
Okay, and how much? Like how many kilometers of seafloor?
What angle are you thinking, Sean?
Do we have everywhere else? How many kilometers of seafloor are there?
I have it. No, I have it.
Oh, you do?
I keep that statistic relatively ready access.
Oh, nice.
Well, I have the U.S. version. Sorry.
Oh, we could go that way.
I think it's look Google. I think it's 370 million.
Wow, square kilometers.
I can do 10 meters. Seafloor. There's some good corals right on that ridge.
Yeah. Oh, nice. You got that kind of on the money.
All right, 030.
360 million square kilometers of seafloor.
Let's do 10.
So 71% of the Earth's surface. So
bridge this is RV now.
Hydrothermal vents are 50 square kilometers out of that.
That was one
Let's
estimate.
Do 10 meters, bearing 030 degrees. Speed decimal 2.
If you would like to continue.
But it is also one of the places we've more intensively studied, right?
Correct.
And I would assume also accounts for a solid amount of the diversity that is currently known because of that in part, but also maybe they're just high diversity communities in general?
They are certainly both. Yep.
Cool. That's pretty awesome. Have you ever flown an ROV into a hydrothermal vent?
Well, I've never flown an ROV, but yes, I have been on board ships and navigated ROVs and hydrothermal vents.
Whoa, Sean and Levi, have you flown ROVs into hydrothermal vents?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
What's that like?
It's cool. Typically, it's visibility.
The smokers make it hard to see D2 from stereo sometimes. Depends if you're up current or down current from them. And it can be hot, so you don't want to melt the RV.
Yeah, melting the ROV sounds bad.
Yeah.
Or the tether. For sure, yeah.
Be careful.
The tether's the bigger. I've always been my bigger worry.
Yeah.
Oh, it looks like we just got up into a much denser community. There's your habitat transition.
Yep.
Talk about it, and it shall appear.
I'm curious. I know you're waiting on tether, but I'm curious about the coral dead center in the back. Now right center. The plane as opposed to all these lyrate forms.
Did you want to snap? It's pretty far. Is that the one?
Yeah, that's the one.
We're not moving that way. Do you want us to?
No, not worth a ship move. That's
Copy that.
Pretty sure I know what that is. It's pretty a bunch of bamboo.
Right, video can come wide.
But the one bamboo in the forest of Clyptophora.
Wow, yeah. And pilots, when we get to a good place for a Niskin, maybe just a little bit more up
more into the
into the thick of it. I would love to take one.
Inch forward, yeah.
Thank you. So, Brian, you were saying that Megan Putz not only gives us IDs, but also has navigated, and apparently she also flew another ROV Hercules by a hydrothermal vent.
Bridges is RV now.
Way too cool.
Hey, can we add 10 meters to that? Or just type in that move again when that one's complete? Thanks.
Well,
do you want us to
make their way
do a move forward before that Niskin? Or is this okay?
I think this is fine for that Niskin.
Okay.
Yeah, let's go for it. It's kind of a nice, even number. Well,
have you ready?
Sort of.
I was born ready.
Standby routers are rebooting. You already confirmed that your controls are... Okay, well, I just sent a command through to update all the routers, so...
Wild card. Roland has taken down.
Let's cut the brake.
Wild card, he's supposed to break.
I was fixing the salvo associated with the sonar issue.
All right, thanks, Roland.
Video's ready.
Okie dokie. Nice. All right, thank you. That was 07W and Niskin 3.
Yes, 07 water, bottle 3.
Thank you.
2296.
All right, cool. I noticed we also got a little bit more of those whip and bottle brush morphs as we got up in here.
Yeah, it just got more dense on everything.
Yeah.
Okay. Bottle 3.
Really neat higher resolution mapping here.
In what way?
Well, I mean, like, just looking at, you can kind of see a little bit of a hint of a flatter spot here on the, whatever grid size we're looking at, 25, 30 meter grids. And I would just love to have meter resolution for an entire dive track regularly. It would be so nice. So really, we could start looking at individual boulders and where life lives on each boulder versus the other one.
Roger, complete.
Would be a really nice addition to our understanding of these areas.
Yeah.
The two big things I want on ROVs better is a quantitative current monitor of some type, like an upward-looking ADCP on the ROV.
Yeah.
And then higher resolution
so let's see if I center
sonar
up with you.
Data. So either sitting down an AUV to map the area in higher resolution, or
do you want to come to like 15?
stick a multi-beam on Sirius and make basically a single pass of the dive track following D2 up would be really nice.
Yeah. That would be pretty
I've tried to recreate it by using structural motion video.
Smooth just stops.
I was going to ask about that.
To make a three-dimensional map, and it doesn't work doesn't work continuously. Like areas you spend some time, you can totally do it without having to do dedicated mapping, but you also get twisting and distortion over long distances on just kind of a single transect that didn't get the resolution and that I wanted out of that. And the compute time is significant.
The compute time is really significant. Yeah, we do structure for motion in the lab that I work in to map shallow water coral reefs, and it involves divers or people snorkeling, going through and taking like
D2's gone, maybe
so many images, just
meters.
like take an image, scoot over a little bit, take an image, scoot over a little bit, and so it takes a lot of time to image them, but you get beautiful ortho mosaics. But those are like 10 by, or no, I think it's 5 by 5 meter grids. So
yeah, I've done a lot of that. I had COVID messed it up, so I didn't actually finish the project, but I started a spatial ecology project on shallow water coral reefs in Belize and got 2 years of data where I had 120 Orbicella annularis colony coral heads that I mosaicked in 2018 and then again in 2019, and was looking at the distribution of coral fish bite scars on the coral heads over years.
Let's do a move.
Then
do you still like 15?
2020 and 2021 got canceled, so I didn't get more data.
Yep. Oh, I see one sponge that's tall in the background. That's cool. Another frayed, maybe?
No, I think that was a Triploria.
Triploria.
So like...
Kind of Polyopogon?
Let's do north.
Most likely.
Yeah. Let's do that. Do you want another 10, Sean?
Yeah.
10, 0.
Do you want to do 15?
Sure. Yeah, it looks like
what
you
is
can see a little bit further now.
Darker, blacker thing in the center? Can we take a quick zoom on that?
Yeah, video snap.
Bridge is RV now.
Cave dug out.
Let's do a move. 15 meters, due north, 000, speed decimal 2.
It's a hole. Thank you.
Yep.
I mean,
good copy.
Love a good view of
lasers on
rock
that hole.
and holes in the rocks.
Nice. Well, then why is your monitor so much better than mine when they're supposed to be the same?
I don't know. It could be the eyes.
Say again?
Could be the eyes, or maybe you're sitting off 45 degrees.
Yeah.
I think it's because he has focus control. So right? Because he has to, like, pull focus.
Yeah.
So he can see the subjects, like, just in, just out of focus, like a microscope.
Yeah.
And he's, like, the one controlling it. That's my guess.
And while you've been off on all the other missions, I've been staring at this one monitor.
No, but you've always done this. Back to our first expedition together in 2010, you always saw things before, and we always blamed it on the fact that you had the good monitor, and then you got the good monitor in the back row, and you still beat everyone to it.
Just don't want you guys to miss anything.
Yeah.
There's a white coral going off right center.
No snap?
This is super dense.
Further off right.
No, further right.
Holy
got
moly.
a spiral bit too.
For reference, everything looks white to me. Right.
It's so wild how we'll just see like not that much, not that much, not that much, and then all of a sudden, boom, coral forest.
Yep.
What is this?
That should be the Remilogorgia.
Remilogorgia militaris? Militaris. Okay. Cool.
Which has been a kind of constant companion for like 3 dives in a row now, ranging from 4,400 meters up to like 1,500. It's been hanging out with us. So we got a couple little older Walterias here, Norella, that Remilogorgia, one of these Chrysogorgids we don't have a good name for right this moment. We got a Poliopogon, and then just a sea of Calyptrophora.
Yeah.
But a great example of the patchiness of deep sea life that drives me nuts.
All life is patchy. Hey, this is, I think, the closest that I've heard any biologist express sentiments similar to a paleontologist. I don't know. Usually y'all are like, yeah, we got such great observations, but
little white dot
the deep sea is patchy,
center.
just like the fossil record is. And working with patchy data is really fun. What is this? Brian, I saw you stare closely at it.
I think it's a hole.
Oh, you're looking at the hole?
Yeah.
I thought you were looking at the coral.
Nope, looking at the hole.
Oh. I mean, I love a good staring at rocks. Do you want to trade?
No.
You could stare at the rocks. I could stare at the corals.
You can stare at both.
Yeah. But I spend a lot of time staring at the rocks. Or the sediment. Or the stuff in the sediment, on the sediment, stuff on the rocks. Explains a lot about me as a person. Why I'm a little bit weird.
Do you want to snap down there?
A lot bit weird.
Is there anything good?
Ooh.
Just some sediment down there.
Oh, nice. There's one of those, like, mini walls, kind of. I love just seeing how corals hang out on these underhangs, overhangs, whatever they're called, on these, like, sheer faces.
Thanks.
That's a nice view.
This is a cool ridge.
This is a cool ridge.
Hey, ridge. Moves complete. 23, 24.
Your computer just went away.
So we're right about 2 hours remaining in the dive.
Ours looks fine, Roland. I was looking at it. Yeah. What's interesting is I looked on my end. My end, it looks fine.
Oh, is that a Caulophacus sponge in the middle?
Oh, down at the bottom? Yep.
Yeah, nice.
Probably.
That's correct.
Woo.
Maybe this RV utility computer left has a different like frame rate or something weird because we don't normally broadcast it. Not sure.
How often are similar species of coral co-located with the same species of sponge? Like, do you get communities that are like typically like, you know, we usually see like Walterian Calyptophora or whatever, or is it just kind of a mishmash?
I don't know. I have a colleague / student working on a project right now, 2 of them actually, that are looking at indicator species for different communities,
so 20 meters out,
using Okeanos data from previous cruises, and that's one of the things they're looking into.
Oh, cool. I'm excited to read that. What's the student's name?
One is Juliana Filion and Carolyn Edmonds are the 2 students I'm working with. They're on 2 different projects. Jules is working on data from the Blake Plateau from Okeanos, and Caroline is working on synthesizing data from both Nautilus and Okeanos and American Samoa.
That's awesome. I'm excited to read whatever comes out from that. Help us be quicker at spotting things when it comes to finding associates.
Characterizes another seamount.
This is its 10,000th seamount of this expedition. Just kidding. Number, I don't even know.
A seamount is an underwater mountain full of life.
Keep going, Levi. You got this. This is your show.
The sea mountains allow the current to flow around them. Filter feeders have made them their home.
There's more though past it.
Yeah, there it is. It comes right back.
We're going to put Sir David Attenborough out of business
Okay.
over here.
Ship stopped.
Yeah.
3 minutes ago. You want another 15?
Ooh, more
Deck north still?
Cobbly.
Kind of hop over that
Yeah.
hole?
Yeah.
Do
Send
20?
it.
20, aye.
Sweet.
Take the salvo change again. Probably because of the sonar. Bridge, this is RV nav. Yeah, we'd like to move 20 meters, 20 meters, due north, 000, speed decimal 2. Good copy. 23, 27.
I've been getting the feeling on this dive that these forests of Calyptophora really like living on those like more pavementy flows, like with smoother surfaces. But the cobbles a little bit less so. But I feel like every time I come up with some sort of like, oh, I think this is how it works type of rule, I'm immediately proven wrong by like the next thing we see.
Yeah, it's another interesting question about like when you're thinking about the coral that has a base that is anywhere from 1 or 2 centimeters to at most 15 centimeters. Does it matter?
Yeah.
Because
yeah.
So they're all on manganese encrusted basalt here. And when it comes to the planula, figuring out where it wants to, or choosing a spot to, settle, it shouldn't matter what was around it because it's only touching manganese encrusted basalt. And so whether it's on a giant lava field versus a talus slope versus a giant pillow basalt, how does the planula know if it's a difference? And so if we see community transitions associated with mesoscale rock formations, it's an interesting question.
Yeah, it's not like they have eyes. So,
yes,
is it something with like the way the current flows over the substrate?
And they definitely can be attracted to other corals. So like they can, they have chemical sensors for other organisms in the area. We now know that shallow water corals can be attracted to noise.
What are you asking for?
That there's a lot of work that's shown that shallow water corals now, certain noises on the reef attract the planula.
Oh yeah, I've heard of some folks at UH doing research where they'll take out like kind of underwater speakers and play noises to see if they can get the larvae to settle.
It's going to be a little bit small as I approach. Is that okay? I think it's not going to be as big as you thought it was.
Is that like the fakey Metallogorgia variety? What is that?
I think you are correct. That's a Chrysogorgia.
Okay. Do you want us to try it, or do you want us to?
It really
has a Metallogorgia feel.
Is that normal?
Yeah.
Sure.
Huh.
We were waiting.
Cool.
Some time for the ship.
Do you see the little spinniness on the stalk there?
Yeah. Like it looks kind of like twisted.
Yep.
Yep. Oh, cool.
So if I look, you kind of spin this way. If I do that, I won't be able to get super low. Does that make sense? So if I kind of park like this, let's see. Potentially see if we can light this. So it's pretty low to me. Does that make sense now? Okay, sounds good. We're going to skip it. It's kind of small and low.
Bridge, is that ship move completed? If not, can we hold present position? All right, thanks.
Way in the back. You want a snap video? You don't want sponge, right? Copy. It's far out, but the next pass might be there.
Hey, Bridge. Roger, thank you. All right, I just stopped the ship 18 meters into the move, Sean. So you know. Chris is here. Phone swap.
Oh, there he is.
Video, you zoomed in on Sirius. You want to zoom out when you get a minute? All right, thanks.
It's fine. So we're just, yeah. So we're just doing a pilot change here, and then we'll get back underway in just a moment. We're currently at 2285 meters on an unnamed seamount. We're starting to make our way back towards Honolulu in earnest, have been for a couple days now, but we've got to make some tracks. So we are going to take tomorrow off and just transit all day, and then we'll do hopefully 2 more dives. That would be, I guess, Wednesday and Thursday, and that will be the end of ROV operations for this expedition, and then we'll get back into port next Monday. So it's sad that we're wrapping up, but I'm also kind of looking forward to going home and seeing my family.
Okay, pilot, seriously have some swing left in it. Due northbound. We're riding the ridge. Looking, I believe there might be a little bit of a hole to go over as you go up there. Or it's just a shadow, I can't see, but
this little depression here?
I think there was a request for some dynamic light on a special coral that Olivia was asking for.
Yeah, Olivia, did you have
It might be that bottle brush.
Okay. Yeah, I think we can. So we're not moving, right?
Correct. We stopped a couple minutes ago.
I think we can set up on that. I'm just looking for a good place to land so I don't smush anything else.
Also, if we have the view from Sirius looking at the ROV.
So we got a couple more of the Trithopathes. Can't talk anymore. Black coral showing up here.
Yeah, you pretty much have to put it right between the toes to get so the arm can reach it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good spot. Nice.
And we're going to take a moment here and set up and do some cinematography on this bottle brush growth form Chrysogorgia.
I understand it.
Looks like this one has 2 squat lobsters living in it.
I do it right here.
I'm always kind of curious if there's a certain size requirement to host a certain number of associates.
You want to start to get the arm out, Copilot?
Sometimes you'll see three or even 4 of the squat lobsters, and sometimes you only see 1.
Okay. Is that too low?
If you kill once we kill the main lights, the background should become significantly more black.
Yeah, I can't get any lower with D2, Olivia. So, the main's down. Okay. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah, spares the list. Yeah, you bring that up. Just maybe downlight it.
What's that?
Yeah, like put the shilling light looking straight down it, maybe.
Oh, yeah.
You might not have to shoulder down because it's so close. Just elbow up and swing it over. Yeah, so if I go monitor 10, aux 2, that looks down at their arm.
Gonna come down on upper swing arms.
Yeah.
And no. You keep doing your thing. I'm doing lights.
Yeah, come inboard and up. Inboard. Up. Yeah. You might have to twist it a little bit too. Then elbow up, I guess. Let's try to get the light to aim down more and then kill some lights and make sure that shilling can't. I would do the shilling lamp all the way up to 100 and just kill the mains. And see where your light pool is. Looks like you gotta come up more.
Come down a little on mains.
Yeah, just kill him. You'll see where your light pool is.
I was gonna let him do it so you can see the arm.
Got it. Could just do some forearm roll, or just keep going inboard. Either way, yep.
Forearm's the one we want to be careful with, right?
Forearm, you can go anything you want.
Okay.
Can't hurt it.
Oh, it's wrist.
It's wrist that you got to be careful. There you go. It's close. Lighting. Get inboard more, or elbow up a little bit.
What do you need, Roland?
Yeah, elbow up.
You want to come in? Yeah, go ahead.
Zooming in.
There you go. And now you can let them iris it down to cool it off. There you go.
I need to get my Chris focused before we start.
Yeah, go for it.
So let's bring the lights up.
Do you want fogs?
Yeah.
Okay. Look at that little guy.
Okay, you can go with your special lighting.
Okay, I'm going to come down on fogs.
Go with this tight shot to start with.
I'm going to watch Sirius over there, monitor 8.
Sounds good. Yeah, let us know.
Go ahead and do your move.
Could tilt down on the Sirius camera for me. The main, so I'm watching your main camera on the top left monitor. I'm trying to keep D2.
What do you need, Roland?
Yeah, there you go.
Do a arm move from starboard to port.
From starboard to port.
That looks like a nice pace. It's coming in. And hold. And get ready to continue. Wait for it to center back up. And continue your move.
I love watching how the polyps flutter. They're so pretty.
Hello.
Hello, buddy. So, squat lobster.
The squat lobster has made this its home.
Is that as far as you go?
That's so beautiful.
Yeah.
You could tilt down your HD too to get a better view of yourself too.
I think it's at an angle, Roland, so I don't think going that way isn't going to...
Let's do a wide shot of this similar, just so I'm going in reverse. Go for it. Slowly to sort of mimic the current.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, you got the black background nice. Sometimes it's hard to get that.
Yeah,
it's nice.
Would have been nicer out over the edge, but that's all right. Olivia, are you going to want a different shot?
Okay, let's go full screen now. Now swing it back. Exact same slowness. I'm already ready for you.
Okay. Why don't we, when Roland's clear, we'll do that. I'll let you direct after that. After we're done here.
ROV Deep Discoverer is a window to the unknown. A technology that enables exploration
Levi,
where no one has gone before.
I hope you're getting a big bonus for this. Wow.
The pilot needs to tilt down so the camera can frame his Quesacocha.
This is how we're going to be communicating our moves now.
Ship move, please.
Okay, I think one last shot I would like would be the light very close to the coral and the intensity brought down.
Can we, before we do that, Roland, can we do the...
R3?
Yeah, just while we're farther away, so we don't have to move the arm twice.
And Olivia, I'd like your guidance on that closer lighting aspect too.
Tilting down. Let me know when, Olivia. Okay, of course it moves. You want less light?
I'm going to push past the skids.
Okay.
If I do that, I lose the coral.
Okay.
Light closer straight on the top and then more pointing down and just closer to it. Trying to sort of create a beam of light.
I think you might just have to elbow up, right?
Yeah, to make that light face more directly down. It might be so close to you that
I'm coming up on mains just so you can see it.
Because it's between the toes. And when you go elbow up,
well, you could also wrist.
Yeah,
yeah.
That's interesting. Well, you could wrist. I think the wrist might already be all the way left, but
okay.
Yeah.
Oh, is it? Should you try the wrist a little bit?
You could. Yeah, it might be all you can do. You're all the way up, so I don't know. I would just inboard, shoulder inboard slow, and just look at the light being on that aux2 cam.
He wants it closer though.
All right.
I think it's just in too tight. I think just
I
just
agree.
do the best we can.
Yeah. I think that's good. Probably kill the mains or whatever they're trying to do. I think that looks beautiful, but
Shoreside geologists are saying the lighting really brings out the good angles of the basalt.
Is that Roland? You want closer?
Conferring with Art, we think no.
Oh, okay.
could kill suction. I'm not sure if it's sending light out there a little bit.
No. I got the light.
Are the fog lights on at all right now?
No. You just have the one light. That's it.
Yeah. Can we wrist counterclockwise so the light's coming to the right and lighting less of the background?
I think that'll turn into a lens flare, but.
And I may be asking for the wrong joint.
Forearm roll.
Yeah. don't we?
He's trying to make the background not be illuminated.
Okay.
So you could farm roll a little bit. You could wrist right. Just yeah, you kind of got to leave it there. Just farm roll it. Honestly, I think you might be all the way. Rolling. I think maybe that was wrist. But yeah, you could roll it from there now. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's it. Well, all right.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's good.
We got some good stuff. Thank you, guys.
Okay. Yeah, you got it. You want me to? You want to leave it there and fly away, Roland? Is that shot not valuable? I know we tried to do that the other day and started changing stuff.
Yeah, go ahead. Fly away.
Okay.
Sort of like turn, lift up, turn off to your right.
Turn
Fly away.
starboard?
Yeah, like up and off to the starboard so it goes off to your left port.
Okay. Copy.
Doing our dramatic exit from this coral.
And you got a good view from
As we say goodbye to the Chrysogorgia.
Fades to black. Oh, Chris, more drama.
All right.
Is that me, Chris, or Chris Miles?
Lights clear.
There you go.
Can we get Sirius back up?
Sure, I get you. Right monitor.
That was awesome. Very
Sirius.
cinematic. Good work, pilots and video. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
For letting us do that. Yeah.
Oh, those kinds of shots just, I don't know. They're so beautiful. They're
Got to get eyes on that.
also good for science, but just, there's like, nothing like just making sure that we retain our love of what we're doing and just sharing the beauty and wonder of the deep sea is so important.
Nice job, co-pilot. It's a little bit tricky to move that arm.
Yeah, good work.
It's fun, though.
Can you come up a little bit, co-pilot?
Ooh, Megan Putz identified that coral we just imaged as Chrysogorgia geniculata, and Asoko Matsumoto says it's photogenic. Geniculata.
I like that.
Am I full wide, Roland?
You are.
Oh. Looks. I do.
Looks like Sirius is looking to north.
Let's do it.
You ready for 10 or something like that? What do you want? Let's do 10. Just get him. Make sure we're going the right way. In case the slope changes. Bridge, this is RVNAV. Let's do another move. 10 meters due north. 2. Good copy. Thank you. 23.
All right.
Are all my lights up? It looks dark. All right, there you go. Thanks, Ron.
Right, so getting back on our way towards uphill. Couple Norella here, couple Calyptrophora.
Nice view of these kind of bigger boulders that are scattered among the pavement.
Might do your Blueview operation. Sorry,
that looks cool.
Thanks.
My curiosity has me.
Very nice.
All right. Nice gentle slope up over there. Ridge right there. Okay, I'll try to keep you on this ridge.
Sounds good.
Can we take a quick look at this white spot that's coming under the coral right now?
Under, where's that?
Oh, that's
Can't
really
see
hard.
it right behind. It's right behind the.
I'm so sorry.
Right behind the coral bottom center, just coming out from underneath it.
Yep.
Hour and 23 left on bottom.
Sorry. Thank you.
I don't.
Left of left laser. White spot on the rock.
It's probably just schmutz, but
okay.
I don't know.
Well, there's a soft white spot and there's a dead stick.
Yeah.
Soft white spot left
See
of
that
lasers.
Larger
Come on in.
diameter, staining, spongy, dead looking thing.
Oh, there's a brittle star next to it. I think that might be similar to the one that we collected earlier, if we could get a look at him.
Oh, yeah, the blueberry.
The blueberry guy, yeah. Cool. All right, thanks.
Thanks, Roland.
Blueberry beret, raspberry beret. That's Prince, right? Do I know my? I don't know.
Pretty cool
Anyway.
terrain here.
Yeah.
Yeah, this terrain is sick.
Look out.
Whoa. Cuckoo, cuckoo, looking our way out to the big old blue. You've seen Finding Nemo recently, right, with your daughter?
Into the
Right.
unknown.
She's a little bit out. She's a little bit out of the Finding Nemo phase, but we did watch it continuously for a couple weeks.
Move complete. 23:52.
That's awesome.
Can lose the skids rolling. Thank you, sir.
Hey, Bridge. How are
Weird
conditions
phrase,
looking up there? Looks like the wind came down a little bit. 13. Still at 14.
Oh, have me corral it again?
Yeah.
We confirmed that the.
Yeah, how's the
Can
weather
we look
look?
at the branch bushy coral top left,
right
please?
on the main camera anymore.
Branch bushy.
Copy.
Oh, cool.
Can you repeat that video?
Can we
Thanks,
just
Bridge.
double check light percentages and
Looks like the
fog
current
lights
velocity came down. That's good.
Yeah, I have everything up except fog.
Okay.
I was wondering that too, Roland. Didn't it look different?
Yeah, it looks very different. It's like.
Whoa, this is a cool community here.
Yeah, what the heck? Look at this high density, freaking high diversity community.
I'm going to tug you. Sorry.
It's another one of those. I know
Couple
I've heard you say it a few
moves
times.
gone here.
Why
We're
are they
done.
all together on this one rock?
We were done 1 minute ago. You want 10 more?
Yeah.
All right.
So cool.
Bridge, let's do a move. Same as last. 10 meters due north.
Just give us 1 second. Sorry, I'm
Thanks,
being
Bridge.
impatient and tugging on my co-pilot.
Oh, no worries.
You got excited.
Aw.
I did.
Yeah, this was an exciting rock. I understand. You really wanted to see that basalt up close.
I did. That's what it was.
Yep.
It was the basalt.
Yep.
Was
I
it the
understand.
corals?
Happens to the best of us.
No.
Nah, it's the rock. It's the rock that they're on. Corals are alright. Bonus bio. No, they're very beautiful.
It's a cool
We
shot
call
from
it, the
Sirius.
geologists call it bioclutter.
Yes, actually, I heard a geologist one time being like, man, I hate trees because trees really just get in the way of the outcrop. It's so nice when there's no trees around, it's just a bare mountain. It's like, okay, honestly, fair. But, yeah, he was not the most fun at parties.
We get that a lot on shipwrecks too.
Oh, bioclutter? Yeah, on the boat. But it makes it look extra
Can you
futuristic and artsy.
center up on Sirius
or something.
and do a zoom? Might be cool.
I would like that. Ready to zoom when you are?
Still waiting on a little tether.
No worries. If it's a good time for another Niskin, that would be, I think, this would be a nice place to do it. We just got a request for one near this community. Alrighty, thank you. Yeah. Oh yeah, sorry.
I'm looking at Sirius.
No rush.
Is there something you...
So as we're waiting for a little, tether here, it's important to note about, across the expedition, I'm starting to think about what we've seen and how it's comparable across the different seamounts we visited. We've spent most of our dives this expedition visiting different seamounts, largely in this 2,000 to 2,500 meter range depth, but also as shallow as 380 meters and as deep as 4,400 meters. There's something like 100,000 seamounts in the world, depending on which model and which definition you use. They come in all kinds of different shapes, sizes, depths. And if you want to include abyssal hills, which are generally defined as less than 1,000 meters off the seafloor, there's another 100,000 plus of those or more existing across the global oceans. And understanding the differences in the communities across them is really a nascent science. We're just beginning to start. Most of these seamounts have only been visited once or twice. It's the number of seamounts globally that have been visited more than once is well below 1% of total number of seamounts. So there's a lot of variation and difference here, and we're just beginning to have the kind of data densities through programs like NOAA's Office of Ocean Exploration, the Ocean Exploration Trust, Schmidt Ocean Institute, OceanX, places like this that are making all of their data public and sharing it, that allows us to start to ask some of these big questions and do big data questions about how these seamounts are varied across all the different ways. You can look at them by depth, by shape, by latitude, by ocean, by current regime, by primary production, and all these different things affect deep sea life. So visiting a wide range of different seamounts at similar and different depths and similar and different topographies and shapes versus tops, bottoms, ridges, slopes, flat areas is critical to help us understand how different these communities are, the animals that live here. A lot of my work is trying to quantify the differences between seamounts and the differences within a specific seamount. And it's really critical to have these kinds of publicly accessible data sets across a wide range of different features to help us understand why some of these communities are high abundance and low diversity, some are high density, high abundance, and some are just low abundance and low diversity, and others are low abundance and high diversity. And how we split these communities is super important in kind of understanding how to conserve and manage these deep sea ecosystems. You know, thinking about the deep sea and the role it plays for the globe, it has a whole bunch of provisioning services and different climate regulating services, from carbon sequestration to renutrifying water. You know, I think most people who are familiar with ocean policy issues think about upwellings along the coast of California, around the coast of South America, that are the most productive fisheries in the world. And the reason they're so productive is because deep sea water is upwelling near the coast, bringing nutrients and oxygens into the shallow waters. And what makes that water so valuable to those fisheries happens here in the deep sea. It's the microbial processes that happen in the sediment in the crust. It's the corals and the communities they support that make these deep sea ecosystems, are what turns the water into these super valuable and nutrient-rich waters that then come up and fuel the vast majority of the world's fisheries. And all of that's happening invisibly here in the deep sea.
Yeah, I think that might be part of the reason why we, in Hawaiian thinking, we talk about the deep sea as being the place that seeds life, where life started, because it does so many things like that. Seeds the water that makes the fisheries that provide the food that we eat productive.
Chris.
It's likely where life evolved. We know that it's how the islands grow up from the sea floor to break above the surface. We see the volcanoes that produce the islands here on these seamounts. Right now we're on an ancient island, likely, or an ancient, you know, something that was once shallower that's now sunk back into the deep. So, yeah, I really appreciate that context, because I think sometimes the deep sea can feel really far away from us. Because we don't see it with our own eyes as humans. It's not something that we interact with daily, at least directly, but we do interact with all of the services that the deep sea provides daily, and the food that we eat, you know, the life that we live by the coast, even just like all around the world with the amount of carbon sequestration that the ocean does. The deep sea is part of the reasons that life on this earth exists and is so wonderful. So it's really a pleasure to get to see it like this.
And it's beautiful. I mean, as we've been sitting here looking at this little corner of high density or high diversity of corals here, we've got a couple different groups of Chrysogorgia. It looks like 3 different species of Chrysogorgia all here. We've got a Hemicorallium, we've got a little Norella. So we've got 4 families of corals representing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different species all living right next to each other, providing habitat for numerous creatures living in them and living around them.
It sort of looks scraggly down there, so.
Science, anything else?
I think we're good here, thank you.
Just the water. I don't think
Another
we've
one?
got that yet.
Oh, yes, do the water.
Yeah,
we haven't done that yet.
Okay.
No worries.
Let's do it.
I figured you're on it.
So rolling from here, pirouette around, or you want me to tilt back up?
Oh, yeah, I'm ready.
I didn't catch that, Rowan. What was it?
I would say you can go ahead and sort of back off and continue to reveal wide this whole area.
Okay.
All right, that was 08W Niskin 4. Thank you.
You're full wide right now.
Okay, you want me to keep coming back or coming left?
Keep coming back and sort of like revealing as much as you can.
Okay.
Excellent. This is biodiversity at its finest.
Yeah. I mean, these kinds of, like, I know we joke about being on, like, planet Earth, but it's actually that kind of, you know, those videos and that kind of documenting of the natural world that I think inspired so many people in my generation to go into science.
Serious back then.
At least was one of the things that did.
Amazing.
Nice one, thanks. Thanks
Move
for the
on
direction.
to survey.
Yeah, it is.
Some good streaming lights for the Sirius view.
Yeah, you can do whatever work you want to with that.
Looks good already.
Alright, I can come up and then you want to do another move once I center up, push out a little?
Yeah, you want to turn a little starboard back to northbound? Is that, or what direction do you want to go?
I think we want to stay... What?
Or, I don't know, wherever the hill is.
Yeah, what do we have to do to stay on that?
He's at due north right now. Looks pretty good, right?
I'm going to double check in blue view. Give me 1 sec. That's north there.
Bingo.
That's a little west of north. I think north for you is fine now. Keep Sirius over the ridge.
All right. You want 10 or 15 or?
I think we could do 15.
15,
If we need to, we'll just come straight up.
Bridge, this is RV nav. Yeah, let's do 15 meters due north, decimal 2. Good copy. 4. Losing it.
Could we do a quick zoom or a snap on the, there's like a, kind of looks like cup coral or anemone on that boulder top right, sticking down?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Snap it from here.
Yeah, let's do it.
And it is neither. It's another stock base thing. Okay. Wow. The third time I asked for something like that, you guys got to kick me out of this room.
Oh, we don't kick you out of the room. We kick you off the boat.
Kick me off the boat. Perfect. I'll swim back.
Inquisitive minds must know.
That's how we find the interesting things.
Yeah.
Curiosity.
Aww.
Explore.
Thanks. Oh.
This has definitely been the Primnoid dive, though.
Yeah. Yesterday was bamboo.
I mean, we had the shallow seamount we did a week ago was also a Primnoid day.
A little more coral livery maybe in the background.
Yeah, can we snap zoom star top center?
Sure. Could we come in here, Roland? Do you guys want to tight zoom or?
No, just snap zoom from here is fine. That's a really long arm Walteria,
yeah,
though.
that's weird.
Long arms first.
Okay.
Growing out its hair.
Go ahead.
We can go ahead. Well, okay. That's different.
Shrimp.
And snail, actually.
Brian, you know I said shrimps is bugs?
Shrimps is bugs.
Shrimps is bugs. But also, did you know bugs is shrimps?
That's true.
There's actually a really great article.
So, hold on, sorry. We're probably going to be here for a moment if you want to stop the ship, is my guess.
Stop the ship.
Bridge, are we now?
Can you come wide
Can we come to an easy stop?
Why are we stopping the ship? Because Walteria is weird?
Well, if the Walteria is weird, I wouldn't mind getting a good look at the star, and then there's a gastropod at the bottom of the sponge we haven't seen yet.
Yay! Okay. We'll stop for Snail.
Yeah, you bring us back a couple meters, Chris.
I haven't spotted the snail yet. I think
Hey,
I'm
Bridge.
maybe the base of the sponge.
Roger. Can we come back 5 meters? So 5 meters due south, please. Thank you.
Let's come in here first.
Which one?
Dead ahead.
Wow. That's real scruffy. And with those Nidarian associates.
Tilt downwards.
Keep an eye on a Serious Swing Copilot. Just in there.
I have it up on the top right monitor.
Shoreside, are you, this very long Walteria is unusual to me. Do we think this is some kind of response to it, dying, or is it something different? And if we can zoom Snail on base, please, next.
Get a full screen. And go down to Snail.
I haven't seen the gastropod yet. How far down is it?
Good eye. It's yeah.
It's like bottom center.
Kind of dangling off. What are you?
Higher. Yeah.
What is this?
Zoom as you wish, Roland.
Not Gaza Snail.
Fogs are off.
Yeah, definitely not the snail we've been seeing.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm pulling it up too. That is different. I don't think we've seen a snail like that.
Not on this cruise. Not on this cruise.
Yeah.
I'm trying to see if it's what it looks like in the guides.
Ship doesn't like going that way.
Huh? I do.
Yeah.
Okay, let's get lasers on either side of this.
Lasers on.
This looks pretty similar to Phymorhynchus?
I don't know if I can say that either. Phymorhynchus species?
Yeah.
Right. I think we'd like to collect the snail, please.
Collect snail.
Okie dokie. A huge fan of advocating for gastropods. Okay.
Might have to grab the...
Or each can grab the whole thing.
No, I'm saying I might have to grab the suction hose.
Hey, Bridge.
Off.
It was complete. Thank you. Alright. I'll move the ship back just 5 meters of the 15 move.
Okay.
I can move back 5 more if you'd like.
No, just keep an eye on it for me.
Okay.
Could get hydraulics going. Copilot. Do you watch that for me?
Oh, auto tab.
Yeah, it doesn't like it. Don't know. I was just gonna grab the. Hydraulics on. Yeah. Alright, I'm going to bring the arm out, but then I need to adjust.
I mean, I can float it for you.
Yeah, maybe. Are all my lights on? Like, why does it look so dark?
Fogs help light up the arm.
Yeah, I know, but, I mean...
I think it's normal.
Okay. Alright. Thanks. Alright, can you draw her out? Oops.
Yes, we are.
Go for that snail thing, right?
Yeah. You keep coming. Okay. So all the way out. Yeah. All right, we can come in. You gonna land me, Levi?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I think we need to be lower.
Yeah. Get you closer. Alright, that's where I wanted it. Right here.
Alright.
Try to center it maybe?
Yeah, can you try to center it on Mini Zeus Copilot?
There you go.
Nice. Can you come in on Mini Zeus video? Come in on main as well. Can you tilt up for me? Somebody?
GoBot, can you take the D2 tilt and tilt up? Yeah. Thank you.
Can you come a little wide on Mini Zeus, please?
Okay.
Thank you. Can you come right on Mini Zeus? Just center that up. Yeah, thanks. All right, let's get section going if you're ready.
And in the draw, buckets.
All
Can
right.
we come up?
Come full wide on both. Thank you, video.
Thank you, pilots. Video.
We're just gonna let it go.
I think we want to draw her out, right?
Oh, me, just take off. Hold on. I'll come off the ground. All right. And do what you want.
Ready for drawer. Alright, that's good there. Alright.
Now if we can get a look at the star eating the coral to the right.
You can. The navigator's already headed that way.
Alrighty. And that was 09 Bravo and canister 5. Just confirming.
Okay. I'm good on hydraulics. Let me know when you want to swap.
I'll just dry lock you down here. It's moving. It's moving. Sorry.
You're good. Yeah, thanks, guys.
Rename this target.
Great work, pilots. Thank you.
That was navigator flying, co-pilot operating hydraulics.
09
That was amazing.
Video engineer zooming and focusing.
Video zooming and focusing.
And pilot handling the arms. 4 people to embody one vehicle or personify one One vehicle.
I love when that happens. I've been snapping pictures from the back row. It's pretty cool to watch. It's like Power Rangers.
Power Rangers. That was 09 bio.
Yep.
Jar 5.
That's what I got.
Roger.
Perfect.
All right.
It's like Captain Planet. Oh, the best cartoon.
Yeah, you can go to 6. Yep.
What was it? The power of recycling.
Look at that little gastropod.
All right. You can come in video. I wanted to get black background, but I would smush a bunch of corals if I came around, so we're going to keep it here.
We don't want to smush any corals.
Yeah, no smushing. Can you come more wide? I want to get the, yeah, hold there.
Holding. What's the target? The sea star?
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Right.
All right, let's come in.
Coming in? Holding here. Well,
nice.
Coral does not want us to see it.
It's like a fan dance.
Yeah. Or it's having a little coral blanket wrapped over itself for its post-snack siesta.
This was what you guys wanted to look at, right?
Yep.
Perfect.
Just make that up. Okay.
That is great.
And that's all we need. Thank you.
Got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, shoreside, we got a little bit less than an hour remaining.
That's pulling me.
That's full wide.
I think that one was Atheraster, maybe?
Potentially.
From what Chris Mott had put in the chat before.
Let's go up. Thanks, video.
Thanks, everybody.
Yeah, you want to come up with me?
And Linda Sunderland gave us a potential ID, maybe, for that snail. We're not entirely sure. Probably won't be till we can get good images of it, but
Kill fogs.
it's potentially ammonia, which I think is a true
like 1%.
whelk.
Doesn't it seem? Just seems blue. So, Olivia, next time we do a sample, if the arm is out, let's do a quick color balance. But it's easier to just keep it out and tilt up. Because this color looks off. Maybe.
Seeing a lot of those coral and sponge stocks too. Evidence that maybe this has been a ridge where corals have been hanging out for quite a while now.
I mean, I would assume it's been tens of millions of years.
Yeah. I love that.
That's quite a while.
That's quite a while.
Tens of millions of years.
That's after, well, close to the last ice age.
What is that in Levi time?
That was 11,000 years ago was the end of the last ice age.
I said millions, though.
Oh, you said millions. Brain
It's
no
a couple
function.
eternities, actually. Do you guys need to move, or do you have more stretch out and exploring to do? Or?
Yeah.
It's pretty steep in front of D2.
Let me come up a little bit.
Yeah, come up a little bit. See what you see.
Big spiky sponge.
All right.
You really think corals have been on this ridge for millions of years? That's a long time.
I mean, if the seamount's 80 million years old, plus or minus, and the sea level rise has only varied 200 or 300 meters, and we're 2,000 meters down, and subsidence,
Yeah, that's cool.
I do.
Keep going in, keep going in.
Oh, what is that? What is that? A scale worm? A little flying scale worm? Maybe?
Yo no sé.
Yeah, yo tampoco. Pero yo no sé nada. Nunca.
Ooh, I didn't complete my notes.
It's very small.
It's very small.
09.
Yeah, it's some kind of polychaete, I think, but the mouth parts are, I'm not used to them being that pronounced.
It's just
on
floating?
Polychaetes, yeah.
And you think it's like kind of cruising and eating stuff in the water column while it cruises and eats?
Does it come out just a little bit?
Yeah.
I truly don't know.
Yeah, thanks.
That's cool.
Let's dive on this. Yeah, let it go. Thanks.
Okay, bye, buddy. Enjoy your nap. / meal.
I don't know what I was doing.
Yeah. It was vibing. That's what it was doing.
Can't blame him.
Yeah. Good place to vibe. I would vibe here.
Due north?
Fire that snail.
All right. 15 or 10. Looks kind of steep. Let's do 10.
Let's do 10.
Bridge, this is ROV Nav.
I love getting a chance to see
Let's
the
do
little
move
critters.
10 meters due north, decimal 2. Thank you.
I feel like these corals have been less sea star apartments, like full of sea stars, than we've been seeing on other dives. There's been just a few.
Can we zoom crinoid at base of dead sponge on the left?
Sure.
Ooh, good eye.
Sorry, video.
Yes, I agree. We have not seen one of these with a huge, overload of the Okeanos one brittle stars or anything. 3 or 4 is the most we've seen, which is pretty light density given the size of some of these coptophoras.
Could we come in here?
Yeah.
Just so they can.
Okay, coming in.
I'm hovering out here, Brian, but if you need a better, closer look, let me know.
I think the angles are not going to be conducive no matter what.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Are you just looking for the dead middle of the crinoid?
Yeah, that's ideal, but it's okay. We can keep going.
Might be able to come up or come down and look up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe. You want Fogs video? Or is that good?
Sure. Let's do some fogs.
You throw some Fogs on Copilot?
There we go.
Go ahead.
Oh, yay. Hi there.
Let's try 100.
Crinoid showing its face.
It's kind of far.
/
There we go.
mouth anus.
Yeah, I can get a little closer video, but if this is,
okay.
I think this is.
That's fine. That's fine for science. Thanks.
Yep.
Okay.
Great view of the Siri in the background.
Video's clear.
Okay.
Awesome. Thank you.
Got it.
Hee.
Full light.
Crinoid private eye.
Thanks for doing.
Getting up close and personal with these crinoids. Oh, is that another swimming worm in the background? It looks like it. Floating through.
Oh, got it. Yeah.
Yeah.
That actually looks pretty good size.
Yeah, that's pretty big. Do these like to live on a specific type of coral?
Try to track
aware of.
Video.
Sure. Let's go in.
Go ahead.
Let's try that.
I'm going to keep pushing in on the vehicle as well.
Okay, I'm going to hold a little bit closer.
Oh, I love how they swim.
Whoa.
What are the parts that it's flapping around, Brian?
Those are its cheti. So this is a polychaete worm. And cheti are, I believe, chitinous structures that stick off their sides. And they use them for all kinds of purposes.
That was an awesome backflip. Good job.
Whoa.
That was very cool.
It's got a lot of little legs.
Yeah, it has swimmy legs. I like watching them swim. They're just so mobile.
He's certainly face planting into this rock at the moment.
Yeah, it's hard to stick a backflip from any height. Oh, you made him sad.
Can we come out just a little bit?
Wow, that's such a cool view, though, of how it's using the cheti to swim.
Wow.
Bye, buddy.
I'm going to come up with him video.
Okay.
There's too many legs.
Zoom if you need to, or if you want to.
Okay,
it's really amusing to me what humans decide are creepy or not.
Yeah, because I think this is cute. I'm like, wee, look at it. It's just flopping its many legs around and doing a little wave. But there are some things that Brian's been like, oh, that's nice. I don't like. Oh, that's such a beautiful view.
Roger, move complete. Thank you.
I love how they're like iridescent almost. They really reflect the light.
It's getting further.
Yeah, pushing in.
I like this background.
Yeah.
Crush the backs, Roland.
No.
Oh, there's touchdown. Come a little wide.
Okay, coming wide.
I think we might let him go.
Great. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Nice shot, Chris. That was really cool.
Yeah. Like, great follow pilot.
That's beautiful. Look at these larger
that was
colonies
beautiful.
up here.
Thanks, pilots. Yeah, look at this forest. It's so cool. More Walteria. The sponge that we were just looking at, but the one that we looked at had really very, very long lateralia, the branching arms coming off of it. Thank you, Steve Oskovich, for the terms. Yeah.
So we're just doing a pilot change here, and then once we have a little, after the watch change, we'll get back down closer to the seafloor.
Awesome. Yeah, and video was pointing out that you can see a little bit more of the marine snow that's like filtering down, especially in this view. It's all the little like particulates, little particles floating down against the darker background. It's that slurry of poop, essentially. Poop and organic carbon and phytodetritus and all kinds of good stuff that gets slurped up down here in the deep sea is one of the primary food sources for the communities of corals and sponges and other things we've been looking at.
Sarah should be done swimming by now.
Copy that.
Why don't you explore a little bit northbound? And I could make another one when you're ready.
Sounds good.
I'll let these guys swap out.
Yeah, I'll explore while they're swapping.
Big cliff over there.
You guys peeked over it?
Oh, yeah. Oh,
What
there's some
is-
cool stuff down that ledge, though. It is.
Sponge. Oh, yeah.
Makes me want to look over the edge.
What is that white thing on the rock
Center?
here? Yeah.
It's
is
sediment
that a s-
pool, isn't it?
Oh. I thought it was a
I
sponge.
guess-
Thanks.
Right? Maybe.
I'm losing it, everybody. Though, you know, I do love a good sediment pool. More crinoids. More sponges. More swimming wormies. We diddy.
So what would you call this lava texture?
This?
Yeah.
Pillowy? I don't know. You mean like in Hawaiian?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm sure there's a word for it. I don't know it off the top of my head, but it's not pohoihoi and it's not a'a.
Somewhere
Those
between.
are the only two I know. But that what kind of confusing me is that it's somewhere, yeah, in that intermediate place.
Yeah, I think it's because, I mean, as you might imagine, Hawaiians
45
not
on
spend
bottom.
a lot of time looking at pillow basalts.
43 on bottom.
But also, yeah, on land we don't see as many of these. Obviously, there's pillow basalts that
Copilot
are
audio
uplifted.
check.
Or,
Level
you know.
check.
Yeah, I guess uplifted is the right word. But I don't know. I could try to figure it out.
I'm used to the big rounded pillows. This like smaller, like
yeah, lumpy, bumpy,
like almost botryoidal, but on a bigger scale compared to the crust kind of description for it.
Yeah. Trying to see if I have any words for it. I got to go to an awesome workshop put on by the Edith Kanaka-Ole Foundation in January where they were talking about Papaku Makavalu. I think I've talked about this a few times, but like Hawaiian observational methods and ways of like breaking down chants and stories and really starting to try to understand akua or natural phenomena at their like base levels. And one of the chants that we went through, and that was about different lava formations. It's actually from the Pele genealogy, but it went opposite of the typical way that we usually see it going. Sorry, I thought I saw something cool. Yeah, and they gave us some really awesome words or descriptions of different phenomena.
Coming up just a bit, Kopa.
Like the noholai, or those long, like, lobate flows that form points. Or the ale moe, which are like long, low, rolling waves of pohoihoi. Oh, that is what I was seeing. A holothurian.
Do you want to look at this watch?
Yeah.
Yeah, take a quick look.
New for this dive. Let's take a quick look.
Thank you.
Come on in a little bit, video, nice and slow.
Okay, coming in slow.
Oh, sliding just a bit.
Okay, I'm going to hold here.
Copy that.
What are we at, 2055? So this is a type of sea slug, and Brian's trying to figure out exactly what type of sea slug.
It's a synaculate.
Synaculate?
Synaculate.
Yeah. Synalectida.
Go ahead, Bridge.
Synalectid. Synalectid?
Yeah.
Nice. We need a phonetic pronunciation guide on the Benthic
really
Animal
do.
Guide.
Hey, Bridge. Dive Soup's on his way up to chat with you. Would you mind holding off on that heading change until he's up there?
You can take more video.
All right, thanks.
Coming in.
It is spiny.
Yeah, those dots are a little different.
Whoa.
Bridge, Nav. Sorry, did that last message come through? I thought I heard. Okay.
Just sliding a bit on the rock.
Oh,
Video, sorry.
Roger, thanks.
It's okay. One
So is the synalectid a type of nudie?
Just a little bit.
Nudibranch?
No.
Yeah, let me read
Nudibranchs are mollusks.
Here, I want to go full one.
Oh,
Okay,
duh.
There we go.
Synalactids are holothurians.
Yep.
Do you guys want a better look at that?
Actually, yes.
Okay. Stand by.
The guide only has this to order level.
Huh. Okay.
All right, this should be a little bit more stable video if you want to come in between the skids a little.
Okay, coming in.
How long did the last one end, Bobby?
I think we should collect this.
All right.
I'm going to zoom in a little bit.
Raj.
10 minutes ago.
Okay, so we should be pretty close to stop. Thank you, Nav. I heard collection.
I did as well.
Okay.
Yes.
What is the manner of this collection?
I suspect grab and stick in bio box.
Roger that. Are we worried about, or is there, I guess, a best way to grab this specimen?
No.
Okay.
Semi-gently.
Semi-gently.
It's not gonna. It should not just like disintegrate on you. It should be fairly
You want to see if
robust.
I can
But
get
if you squeeze
before
it
you
with
grab
Force
it.
9, things won't go well either.
Once you get it, I don't want to fumble around with you trying to get it in
Yeah.
the box.
Yeah.
And Brian, you're thinking collect this
right?
because it's
Right.
likely or potentially an
Well,
You good with that
undescribed
plan?
Yes.
See if
Yeah.
I can bring out first.
species.
Yeah,
Okay.
Since the guide doesn't have it down
Yeah.
to anything past the
Perfect,
family
especially
level.
if you're going to try to just finger it.
Nice.
And I personally have not. I don't think I've seen this one.
Cool.
It's definitely like we've
What do we have
documented
open, Bobby?
in the capstone from capstone, but only
All bios.
to
All
the
bios.
order
Yeah,
to the order
preference.
level.
Yeah.
Maybe port?
Okay.
I go.
Sounds awesome.
Extended pen on port, retracting on starboard.
Feel free to take the camera too if you like, or I can get it for you.
All right, John, I'm going to come out easy. Just
Okay.
be advised if I start to slide you.
Roger. Looks good on starboard side.
Either your hydraulics are low or you're scraping on something.
I'm just going super slow.
Okay.
So I'm making it chunky probably.
Let's push it
All
a
right.
little bit
Yeah.
there.
I don't know if you got enough box there.
Let's take a look with.
I can get you mini Zeus.
Yeah, mini Zeus. Just gonna drive it. I think that might be enough box.
You comfortable with that?
Yeah, we'll give it a go.
Okay.
Looks like you got hydraulics up.
Hydraulics are up.
Maybe a little more juice.
Full juice.
Thanks, sir. Arm on. Index again. And watch, will this try to get away, do we believe, if I don't grip it fast enough?
It's possible.
Okay.
This, like I said, this one I'm not familiar with. Given its body form, I don't think it's going to be prone to swim, but that doesn't mean it won't try when disturbed.
Roger that. All right, we'll give it a go. You come partial on HD2 video? Jaw size, there we go. Speed, looks good. And no need to feather it, right? Just get a gentle grip on it.
What do you mean feather it?
Like, just keep it between the jaws without closing the jaws fully?
That should be fine.
Okay.
Watch, Seed, I think we were wondering if we come down hard on one end, is that going to cause problems?
If we squeeze it.
I mean, it is delicate, so like you could definitely squeeze it in half easily, but.
Okay, so be gentle on the squeeze.
Be gentle.
Copy that. What do you think, grip 3.5?
I'm not sure the grip strength is going to matter.
More
it's
about
just
how
going
you squeeze it?
Yeah, and that's just going to control how much your jaw you have.
I'll try to get a little better.
I was doing one the other day just to have finer control, but it's up to you.
Copy that. Give it a go. You get the edge of the jaws down closer to it.
Looks like you're a little high on HD1.
Yeah. Just getting the fingers near it first.
Yep.
Perfect. Now you should be able to pick it up with just that much. It should come.
I'll follow you over, John.
Roger.
Wow, that is a
You're okay.
delicate grip.
He's trying to move.
Such a large robot. That's amazing.
Trying to get over on one movement here.
Yep. That's perfect.
It's all right.
There you go.
Nice and slow, open.
Yep. You should float right down.
Watch the jaws on the camera.
Perfect.
Wow, that was incredible.
That was perfect.
Excellent.
Nice job, John.
For the assist.
Every day is a master class in
Drawer closed.
operating this ROV. Thank you, pilots.
Well done, pilot.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Bridge.
Tips. Arm secure.
Okay.
I will get in contact with him. He left here saying he was on his way to the bridge. Stand by, please.
Thanks, co-pilot.
Yeah, man. Nice job.
Oh, great work. So that was 10 Bravo in the port inner bio box?
Yep.
Alrighty.
Coming up. See, looking down 50 degrees.
Yeah, that's 45 there.
And I'm pushed out a little in front, so we can probably start thinking about a short move. What was maybe a 10 meter? What do you think, co-pilot?
Stand by, pilot.
Copy that.
Yeah, maybe just come around the side.
If we're going to be here a minute.
Yeah, I think the last moves were...
John, can we back up and potentially get a sample of one of the corals?
Okay.
There you go. Plenty of time.
Sweet.
Which coral did you have in mind to watch?
I want to look at what we've got again. There was a couple that I've been considering. Yeah, one of those is fine. I'd like to get a branch of that.
Roger.
One of
the dominant fauna?
Yep.
Yep.
Bridge, RV Nav. Yes, can you please repeat that heading change that you wanted to make? What was that again?
Alrighty.
15 to starboard. All right, stand by one, please. Pilot's okay with a heading change?
Sounds good.
Yep.
Bridge, RV Nav. Yes, you can make that heading change. Please ensure that we're A-frame rotation. Roger that. Just for your knowledge, I haven't gotten in contact with Dive Super yet. I'm still working on that.
Before I sit down here, watch, do you have a particular piece of this?
About 20 centimeters off either side.
Either side. Okay, good copy. I think I'll go for this lower branch, if that's the case.
Beautiful. Brian, can you explain why we sometimes sample dominant fauna?
Yeah, so these things can be very hard to get to species level. They can actually be hard to get to genus level. We're pretty sure of the genus here, but trying to identify that. And so when we see something as common as we've seen here on this one, we want to ensure that we really do know what that is to the species level and kind of sample for cryptic speciation and look like that. So we want to do the genetics on it. So because this is so common here, we're going to take a sample of it to help both build reference libraries for eDNA. So all the water samples here will be filtered for environmental DNA. And by knowing what the most common coral is here
see if they want a little
and
closer
matching
look at
the
this
genetics from this sample versus the eDNA will help us understand that as well, or help compare and build those reference libraries.
That's awesome.
Hey, Brian, did you guys want a closer look at this before we sample?
Yes.
Okay.
Please.
Video, you can
tight zoom and then.
And Brian, while we're zooming in, the previous collection, do we fear that that's a swimmer or potentially would escape?
I don't know if it will swim very fast. Do you think the previous collection's a swimmer, Brian?
No.
Yeah,
it would have swam away by now.
Okay.
Or would have tried to swim while you were picking it up. It's fine in the box.
That.
We're good to go to port box.
That sounds good.
Just
That's
get a
what
polyp level.
I was thinking the same thing. Read my mind.
Yep.
You want to go port outer, I'm assuming?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Sorry, Caitlin, it's kind of blowing in the current here.
Toes look good. We should be able to get the drawer out, no problem.
Try to pivot for you a little bit. It's still moving.
Great dynamic video team.
There you go.
Oh, these polyps are beautiful. Kind of look fractal almost.
30 minutes remaining on the dive.
Copy 30 minutes.
Thank you.
All right, that's all science needs.
Roger. All right, Lydia, take what you need. We'll go for sample. Clear?
Clear.
All right. I think you can, yeah, we'll go ahead and get the arm out, and then we can do the drawer. Looks like you have plenty of clearance.
Agree.
Arm coming live. 3, 2, 1. Coming out.
You want more light on that, John?
Yeah, let's get some fogs, please. Thanks. And Brian, how much? Go ahead and guide me here.
You can even come a little bit less.
A little less.
But that's probably good anywhere in there.
Right about there?
Yep.
Roger that.
We'll actually split this sample up a bunch of different ways. We'll send a couple subsamples to the Smithsonian and a couple to the Bishop Museum in Honolulu as well, where they will be publicly available for anyone, any researcher to check them out on loan.
Oh, sorry about that.
It's all right.
I thought it wasn't clipped.
You got it.
Might be going off camera here. Stand by. think we can salvage this piece.
Go bridge. Roger, thank you.
Plenty of time.
Thought I missed it with the blades there.
You did, probably. I should have warned you. These can be brittle.
Got it.
I apologize for not giving you the heads up.
No, I should have had a better angle on that. It's my mistake. Let's see if I can get it between the claws here.
They're not brittle like the hemicrallium, so I don't always think about them being, but they snap pretty easily.
Might be nestled in there, but
and if that piece is not gettable again, we can cut another piece if we need to.
Roger that. Don't have the best view on it here.
Yeah, I can't pick it up in any other camera to help you out.
You want partial on the main? I can rotate you down a little bit if you want.
Yeah, we can try that.
Okay.
You can come in just a little bit video on main HD. Let's see if I can create it with a couple of the fingers here and maybe get it up. Roger. So, maybe I'll try.
See if you can drag it up.
Yeah.
Top. Yeah.
Copilot, you could also try Titan here, see if we can get another view.
Wow.
Very nice.
Nice
Good job,
work.
John.
Very nice.
Well done.
Good work, John.
All right, let me get the drawer out for you. You ready?
Let me bring up the arm a little bit.
Yeah.
All right. Go for it.
Coming out easy.
Nice and easy, thanks.
This is going to be port outer for you.
Copy that.
All right, that's full out.
Copy that.
Nice.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sorry about the fumble there. We recovered.
That was really
Sample
great.
mastery.
Yeah.
All good, man.
So
Okay.
with the remaining time, and I recognize this is a hard
John,
ask,
I'm
but
so
we'd
sorry.
like to
I just
prioritize
secured
finding
your
a rock.
You're okay.
rocks.
We're okay. Yeah, thanks.
Just real quick, Psycho Mon, I don't know if it hit your master or not.
No, it's okay. Can you line
Yeah.
up? Just take a peek over there. I think we're stood almost. Yeah. Beautiful. Thanks. Arm secure.
Good copy.
Thanks.
Sorry about that.
No, no problem.
He said rock, I heard. Is that correct?
It is time to rock.
Rock.
We should swap Bobby over.
Yeah, where's Bobby?
He's been banished.
He's been banished from
Did
picking
you
up rocks.
did the watches spy a rock? that
We did
No,
not.
Okay.
no, we definitely
need-
have not. We have not in a long time.
Yes.
Okay.
But
How about that one?
with 30 minutes
That little
remaining,
black one.
we want to spend some time
Right next
trying
to
to
that
find
little
one.
three-pronged coral.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll go take a peek.
That tiny thing?
Yeah, what?
Don't
That
judge my
pebble?
rock, Nav. Get away from this coral here. That might be loose.
I think it is.
Yeah.
I'm sure all those pebbles are loose.
No judging. No judging.
I don't think anyone's going to be hard pressed to get a rock that big.
All right, pilot, we'll be putting this in jar 1 with the fine filter.
Roger that.
Get the suction out.
I mean, I'd also love some sediment if now is the time to request it.
I think this is where Bobby says we are getting your sediment right here. See that?
Hey,
thank you, Watch Lead.
It's all for science here. It's not compare.
It's all sediment.
We have 22 minutes, so yeah, after this rock, if you want sediment, we should probably make that a priority.
All right. Yeah, if you don't mind.
I'm settled here.
I think we'll check in with the pilots, but I don't think that should be a problem.
Let me go for this pebble here first.
Hydraulics up.
Roger that. Arm coming on.
Pebble. Yeah, I think that's pebble geologically. Cobble.
First.
I don't know. Somebody get out the grain size card.
A little bump there. Let's see here. This is the one we want. Oh, I'm moving. Stand by. Right here. Come on now. That looks loose to me.
Beautiful.
Do we have
starboard
both open right now, or just?
Believe starboard is occupied.
Correct. Starboard is occupied.
Okay. Let me get the
flip the drawer.
Yeah. Would you mind
wing ends?
for me?
Yep.
Thanks. Standing by. Beautiful.
Just full in.
Is that, it's
You're
against the
hitting the
base.
shilling.
Yeah. I think that's enough room, though.
Yep.
I think I'm going to go for it. It's just a pebble after all.
Actually, so you want imagery of this up close before we put it in the rock box?
Yeah, if we can give it a little spin, that'd be wonderful.
Okay.
Just on the one claw there, but I think that'll hold.
This
I got your
is
frogs
tiny,
at
huh?
Roger
75.
that. And go for the close-up Miss DeVille.
Beautiful.
In the Space Biz, they call this a barbecue maneuver.
I'm obsessed. Great barbecuing, John.
Thank you.
Wow. Yep. This looks great. Shoreside. Val Finlayson says thank you.
Roger that. We'll go for collect. Thank you for the zoom.
Nice. Yeah, it looks like a great pillow fragment. So our shoreside geology team is looking for rocks that are large enough that we'll get some basalt in the middle that can be used to date the seamount feature
Just wing inboard and
and
close that
figure
lid
out a little
for
bit
you.
about
Roger
how
that.
it formed
Wing back out, I mean.
via some
Clear.
geochemistry.
Coming out.
Awesome.
Beautiful. Nice done. Nice job, co-pilot.
Thank you, everybody. So that was 12G in the port forward rock box.
Can we look at these two corals before we take off?
Not a problem. I'm secure. All right.
And then did you want sediment in these little pools, or did you want to go look at sediment elsewhere?
Back up just a little bit.
I think I'd be okay with this pool. It's kind of an interesting comparison.
It's pretty thin.
It is
Not sure
thin.
you're going to get a
It's
lot
pretty
there.
tiny. Yeah, maybe tough to scoop a lot, but
Yeah. Yeah, maybe we'd try for a different place then.
okay. You want to come in on this coral video?
Okay, the white one?
Yeah, I'll center it. There's a bonus something next to it.
Ooh, bonus crinoid, like the one we collected earlier.
Right.
Oh, it's beautiful.
That's all I need on that coral.
Copy.
Can we go look at the one to the left?
Roger.
Okay, coral on left.
Come on out. I think it's by my
Baby
skin
from
now.
Millard.
Oh.
But I think this one is a bamboo, which is what I was trying to see which of these, if either were bamboos.
Come on in on this one.
Okay, coming in.
Thank you. Let's go up on the
I
stock
see the
here.
bamboo.
Yep.
I don't see a lot of tissue, though. Or maybe it's on there, it's just real thin.
It looks like somebody might have grazed off the bottom.
I have more zoom too, if I can get the polyps.
So this looks very similar to the one that, at least in size, to the one
Okay.
that
Gonna come in?
Goniaster was eating earlier that was collapsed.
Yeah.
Sclerites are pointed.
And so this is that big, really big spicule one we were seeing. Well, no, that one was a branching. Okay. Cool. Thank you very much.
No problem.
Video's clear.
I'll let you take that, yep. And if you do see a sediment pool, watch, just let us know.
Sweet, will do. Always got my eyes peeled for some good sand.
10 meters, 15 meters.
Let's do 15. I don't
Bridge
see
ROV nav.
up above you.
Sounds good. Take a quick peek up there, yeah.
Can I get a ship move, please? 15 meters, due north.
Coming up a little bit.
Coming up.
Good copy, thank you. Decimal 2 speed, please.
Big boulder.
Yep.
I'm just looking at Sirius. I don't see any big sediment pools.
Copy that.
Yep. If we don't find any, that's all right too.
You got some while I was at lunch, right?
Yep. Yeah, we got one sediment sample from this site already. So it's for comparative purposes. It's nice to do like deeper and shallower, but if it's not possible, it's also just helpful for thinking about what lives in the sediment in this depth range that we're
Unless
at.
there's something sort of around the corner that
Yeah.
you can't see.
Just going to kind of come around the edge here and see. Yeah, those look kind of tiny too, unfortunately.
Yep. Also seems kind of hard to sample.
Yeah.
Not that I believe you can do anything after you've caught a 4M and picked up these like really delicate corals and also a 66-pound rock. So.
You guys inspire us, what can we say?
Well, you make all the science possible. Thank you.
Such platitudes.
It's not platitudes. It's just, I'm just stating facts. Spitting facts.
15 minutes remaining.
Copy.
I like the fact I heard earlier that shrimps is bugs.
Yeah, do you want me to continue the shrimps as bugs rant? Brian, did you know that bugs is actually shrimps? And there is a really good article in Smithsonian Magazine by Riley Black that came out just a couple weeks ago that talks about this. I guess.
Is that enough sediment?
Oh yeah, that looks good. If we could go in there. Every time I'm talking about bugs as shrimps, you're trying to interrupt me. But actually, insects are now shifted into the same group as shrimps and crabs, called pancrustacea.
Yeah. You think we'll be okay if we let that?
So by the
finish?
transitive property.
Yeah, I'm looking out at you.
Shrimps.
4-0.
Okay.
Is bugs.
This may still be tough to get a scoop, but we can certainly give it a go here.
Whatever.
Watch.
Anyway, it's a good article. You should read it. Yes, please.
So, question.
What?
I don't think you're going to be able to scoop much here.
Yes.
It looks very thin, but you can vacuum it if you've got the double fine filter on it. But the question is, do you need it to do the scoop gentle, or you want to just vacuum the seafloor and hope your double filter catches it?
I'm trying to think about sediment thickness and how that affects what lives in it. Maybe we can move on and try to find a thicker pool.
Copy.
Watch. Watch leads. I have it in my notes here that it's the fine, ultra-fine filter that's open.
Right.
Perfect. Yeah, that should.
Not the double.
Yeah,
double wrap filter.
Awesome. Yeah, I used the double wrap first.
Okay.
Because I thought it looked pretty coarse. So, yeah, the ultrafine should.
So wait, we found a finer material?
I don't know. I just figured that the coarser stuff that was in that flatter pool that looked like it had a little bit more energy moving through it might stick to that double wrap better. And also the double wrap tends to go pretty well regardless. So I've been using it for the first sample.
Okay.
Just as a kind of hedging bets that we'll get enough sediment.
Right.
Yep.
First Timmy Crowley in a while.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Gonna go for a zoom?
Actually, I'd rather go zoom crinoid.
Crinoid. Dead ahead?
Yep.
Come on in, video.
Okay, coming in.
I'm just gonna float towards it if you take it nice and easy. Got a perch here I could use.
Move complete, co-pilot.
Copy. Thank you, Nav. I still have your fogs up, Caitlin.
Okay, we're okay for right now. Gonna hold here.
Copy. You just want a closer look at this watch?
I think that's good for science. Yeah, I think that's another antidonted crinoid.
Come on in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
However, the branching coral below the pink coral in the back of this rock, though, I'd like to take a quick look at.
Coming into center view here?
Yep.
Okay. You can come on in, easy video. Make my way towards it.
Oh, okay.
Another Chrysogorgia?
Multiplanar Chrysogorgia. All right, thank you.
Yep. Do a scan for any sediment pools.
Yeah, we might be. Oh,
Make
never mind.
It's in a crack.
That looks. Yeah. No, let's not do that.
That's tempting, but yeah, maybe unobtainable, unfortunately.
The old unobtainium sediment.
That's right.
I think you'd have to hop up and see. There might be one up on your top right.
Okay.
Above all these guys.
This is a really cool hillside, though.
It really is.
Yeah. These massive pillows.
Really basalts the senses.
That it does. Ayy.
Totally basalts the senses.
That it does. Ayy.
Told you I'd get it in.
Oh, I'm so proud of you, John.
Thank you.
I gotta write that one down.
All night coming up with these.
Yes. No, most of them were on the fly. I was telling Sada I didn't even want to use that one
because half the night.
I'd been thinking about that one for a while.
It was, yeah. It was
They're usually off the cuff.
So good. I think that one might be the first one you haven't done off the cuff.
I think so.
Yeah. Just saying, Brian. It got a yes in the chat. Video says no.
There's always haters.
Yeah. Kids, don't let the haters bring you down. You can be a good scientist and ROV pilot and make amazing puns. People might tell you that they're not good, but carry on. How many times did Edison have to invent the light bulb before it worked? It's like that, but with puns.
Can we check out the whip, please?
Copy that. We'll give it a crack. Come on in, video.
Hey. That was great.
Right, that's all we need. Thanks.
What is that?
That is the primnoid one that the genus is eluding me at the moment.
Primnoid.
You want me to secure your fogs, Caitlin? You've been running with rolling your back
It's
now.
pretty.
Yes.
I like how
fogs are off.
Symmetric the
Might get a
polyps
little
are.
dark.
So, I wonder which direction we want to take the next
Esophagus
move.
Candida, I think, yes. Candidella gigantea.
You got 10 minutes. Looks like you're off over the edge now.
Yeah. Maybe we'll find some sediment around the corner, though. Just going to give a quick glance to our port.
Do you want to do one more, co-pilot? More towards him?
Look at this.
Yeah, whatever John wants.
How about you point towards him? Let's do that.
That's a cool boulder.
Yeah, like that.
A little far. 15?
Beautiful.
Yeah, sounds good.
015. Bridge, RV nav. One last move. 15 meters, bearing 015 degrees.
Nice view of that crust. It might not be a sediment time. Small
Thank
rock
you.
and
Good
fog.
copy.
That's okay. We'll see. Happy to have a few of these corals, though.
We're going to get one more move in here. Maybe we'll get lucky.
Perhaps. Perhaps.
Rise up a couple meters and give us a side-to-side spin.
Do a survey quick. I'm coming up just a little bit, Chris.
Hi. We're on the hunt for sediment roll.
Yeah. That's what
So we kind of already looked at port. I'm going to start going starboard and see what we see.
Whoa.
I don't see anything in my
So
light
many
pool.
corals.
Yeah.
Got a nice little local high to between these two mountains to end the dive. Very nice spot.
Wow, that's beautiful. What was this? A hummocky landscape? Is that the official term? We were debating whether hummocky, undulated, I can't remember what else. I put lumpy in the dive summary. I thought that really encapsulated it.
Yeah, I like lumpy.
Lumpy's good.
015 is that
C-Max
move?
term.
Yeah.
Raj. Not seeing any sediment pools, Sada, unfortunately.
No worries. Thank you for looking, though.
No problem.
Yeah. Now, we got some good sets already. I'm sure there'll be awesome stuff in it.
Well, actually, while we're waiting for the tether, why don't we go ahead and fire the last Niskin?
Yeah. I'll let you lead that effort, co-pilot.
Can you snap on the fish before it gets away?
You say a fish? Yeah, in the distance?
Yep.
Go for it.
You ready, Bobby? All right, we got thumbs up. Firing Niskin. Let me get a view here. All right, last Niskin coming up.
Little macaroon.
3, 2,
rat
1.
tail.
Caught my toe.
Confirm. Niskin 5 fired.
Niskin 5. Thank you. It's 13W. All right.
Lasers, if you could manage it.
Lasers on.
Val says the term is hummocky pillows for this.
Sediment up there?
Hummocky pillow basalts. that
Yeah,
we're
I
seeing.
don't think we're going to have time to get over there, Roland.
Yeah,
Wish
that's
we
all right.
did.
No worries. The sediment we've been getting from all the dives on this expedition has been awesome. I've been going through it in the lab and finding all kinds of fun things. Like some sites are just chock full of otoliths or fish ear bones. Other sites have a bunch of benthic foraminifera that are all kinds of different varieties. A lot of them that build their shells out of sediment. Found some new ones yesterday that I haven't seen on other parts of the dives or the expedition. So I think we're getting good stuff.
Awesome. Glad to hear that.
Watch lead nav. Can you repeat that sample ID you had?
Oh, yes. I had, for that sample, 13W.
Yep. Confirm.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
So it looks like you're moving straight towards me for this last move, co-pilot.
Aye.
Not sure what else we can see here before we have to go.
Yeah. Brian, what would you like for our final view?
Spin to port and see what's over there.
We have gotten a good look at most of these corals,
Yeah.
so just taking kind of an overview would be most appreciated.
Roger that.
Raj.
Like one tether link to one side and a tether link to the other side would be great.
Looks like we can actually get to this feature a little bit. That's nice.
Final 5 minutes.
Aye. Ship's all stopped.
Ship just stopped.
It's very impressive.
We ended up seeing more
Big
geology transitions than I expected.
Yeah.
On this dive. We didn't see much biology transitions, though. We stuck pretty much with these dominant
It's a big
calyptrophoras.
We'd have to descend together to get to that.
You can do it.
You want to try?
Well, you can at least look at it.
Yeah.
Co-pilot can't descend. He's right on that ridge.
Yeah, you are right over that. I don't think we're going to have time to make that, unfortunately.
I really appreciate the dedication to the SEDS.
We wanted to leave fulfilling your wishes here.
Aw, well, you already have, so thank you.
No problem.
But love a good, I don't know what the word is, sand fanatic?
I think we're...
Sandatic? I'm
You're
sorry, I'm
trying
trying way too hard. Maybe it's time to end the dive.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see much more here, so if you want to settle and get a beautiful shot of something, or we can start up a moment or two early.
Roger that.
So I think we're stuck and I've got a pretty good idea of what's here.
Copy that.
Yeah, and it's a beautiful last view.
Just take one last quick spin around and nice and slow.
Yeah.
If anybody wants to see anything.
This is called the D2 last call.
With your few minutes, you could also come up over the ridge and head far right on Sirio's screen. See what's over there.
Roger that. I'll do that in just a moment.
Video wants to see Sirius.
Nope.
Scope over the ridge, see what's up there.
All right.
Coming up to you.
Such a pretty way to end the dive.
It really is. This like primnoid forest. Ooh, and an eel.
Yep.
That's just so cool.
Come in a little.
Different fish.
Tusk eel.
Lasers. Good job. There we go.
Wow, that's so beautiful.
Quite serene.
It's so serene. I saw someone
It's
earlier
time,
say
co-pilot, to get arms stowed.
good music for these
All right.
outros.
Well, thanks everyone for exploring along with us today. We are going to make some tracks overnight tonight and into tomorrow, so no dive tomorrow. Again, no dive tomorrow. We're going to spend the whole day going as fast as we possibly can east, and then we're going to do a dive on Wednesday on Paul Seamount in the Wentworth chain. It's a never explored before ridge. The shallowest point's about 1,500, but we're going to dive the same depth range we were at today in the 25 to 22,000 meter range. The seamount just north of our target seamount was dove by Nautilus and found an extensive hemicorallium bed. So we're trying to hit a very similar area and shape
minor turn
and depth
starboard,
on Paul Seamount to see if there's a comparable community there.
Exactly, huh?
And then following that dive, we plan to do a
Nav concurs with
mid-water
pilot.
dive on Thursday as our final dive of the expedition. So thank you all for exploring with us today. And again, no dive tomorrow, and we will send around a dive plan sometime tomorrow for our dive on Wednesday once we confirm our transit speeds.
Yeah, and thanks again to all the shoreside scientists who helped with IDs today. It was Chris Kelly, Megan Putz, Chris Ma, Asaku Matsumoto, Val Finlayson on geology. I think I saw Alan Collins for a while.
Yeah, Katie Croft-Bell.
Kelly Markello with the crinoids.
Steve Oskovich.
Linda Sunderland with gastropods. Just, I'm sure I missed somebody, but there's so many people that help make these missions possible. So thank you, shoreside scientists. Thank you, pilots, for the amazing piloting. And yeah, looking forward to seeing everybody in 2 days when we are diving on Paul Seamount.
Behind you, correct?
Have a good night, y'all.
Okay, aloha, hui ho.
Should be. Come up a little bit more.
Copy.
Roger that. All right. I think I'm comfortable with this, co-pilot. If you want to come up to just a little over 20, I'll slowly start backing once you do that.
And here's 20.
Roger that. See your auto headings engaged at the moment. Let me get under you.
Indeed. Rolling.
Yes, pilot.
You silly boy.
Turned off my Bluetooth and it seemed to kick it into speaker mode.
Yeah. I'll come up a little bit. Just pull that
tether's going to be on my left otherwise. Yep. Thank you. Let's see, looking down at 80. I'll back just a little more.
That's straight down there.
Copy that. How's that tether looking? Turn nice and slow, and we'll see.
Yeah, just come slow.
Okay.
You could give it a hot second if you were worried about it. But
keep an eye on port rail. Not seeing anything. Looks pretty good.
Yeah, you're good.
Awesome. Nice job, co-pilot.
Yeah, you push up. That'll
push
get out of your face. Looking all the way back.
Copy that.
Delta's good.
Roger that. Making haste.
There you are.
Roger that. Coming up a little bit and pushing out.
Aye.
Great view in D2. aft cam, the feature disappearing. It's pretty neat.
Tether stretching.
Roger that. Coming up
Looks
just a
good.
bit. If you want to disengage auto heading.
You ready?
Ready.
All right.
Coming up.
All right. On you.
Pushing it.
Good. Coming up to 30.
Roger that. Delta's good at the moment. We'll get that sorted once you get up to speed. Pushing out a little bit.
All right. That's pretty stable there.
Awesome. Nice job. I'll fine tune with the Z-bias, but I think we're in good shape for the moment.
Look, perfectly aligned, just like I said.
Sure I didn't just pull you that direction?
Nope. 100% not. You're off kilter. Look at you. You're all over the place. Put a little forward way in.
Yeah. Oh, I had 30 in. I don't know what happened to that.
Joy lock. She's
It was
finicky.
I'm pretty positive that was joy lock. That's interesting. I saw it in red and took the hand off. Interesting.
All right. Coming up.
Delta's good. I'm creeping up on you a little bit. Slow down.
I can tickle a little higher if you want. I'm tickling one.
What have we been running as we ascend?
Well, yesterday we were late, so we were tickling 3s.
With what about D2 Z-bias? I know we had massive rocks yesterday.
It was all over the place yesterday. You don't want to follow that.
No.
Yeah. I was running like 93.
With the pebble in the box.
With the pebble. Yep. Exactly.
A little different.
Hoping you'd get a chance to do sediments. I wanted to see it. So trifecta. He's on fire. Let's do it. Let's find that sediment. I was feeling it, man. Untitled Chapter.
At 300 meters, I'm going to have the ship slow down to half a knot, if that's all right. Bridge, ROV nav. Yes, we'd like to slow that 3/4 of a knot through the water. Slow it down to half a knot, please. We can do that slowly, of course. Dive Super Nav, loud and clear.
Super contact. Clear winch. Deck boss. That's super contact. Hey, bridge. Hey, you might want to come to starboard. Object. 15 degrees here. I got a temps on you. Okay. I think it's okay. Okay. Continue here.
Dive Super standby 1, please. Bridge, ROV nav. It looks like we're losing our forward speed through the water. Roger, thank you.
Deck boss. Super construct. Alright, Nav, you ready for an update?
Dive Super nav. Yeah, the ship motion has changed significantly in the last minute or so, so I'll let Bridge cover that. Wind is about 15 knots on the bow. Current, half a knot just off the port bow. We're trying to get back up to our half a knot through the water. You can see on HiPAC what's happening. We're passing 175, all's well in here. You have comms. All jars but 1. So 2 through 5. Copy, dive suit. Dive Soup Nav, you probably see, but wind is shifting off to port side.
Yeah, we noticed that. Thank you for letting us know.
Dive Soup Nav, wind picked up and back on the bow.
Roger. Yeah, I think that's what we're seeing. It just keeps going broad, and then on the bows, we're working it.
Okay, deck. Streaming looks good. Let's recover Sirius. Pilot, let's provide some slack as Sirius comes over the transom.
Roger. Backing.
You shouldn't back until they pick you up.
Bit ahead because of
You're doing great, pilot.
Roger, maintaining. Staying off the lats. Just backing.
Roger. Give me a little port lat, pilot.
Port lat eye.
Okay, you can go off your lat.
Off lat.
Just
maintaining back.
Roger. Looking good, pilot.
CPHD is clear.
Winch, take back local.
Remote disabled.
Thank you. All right, pilot.
Pilot off stick.
Roger.
Lift line clear.
Roger.
Chain clear.
Yep, lift line looks good.
Auto heading disengaged.
Roger. All right, pilot. Line's tight. Let's punch in auto heading and easy back.
Engaged. Easy back. Bumming the surface a little bit.
Roger that, pilot. You're looking good.
Video follow around.
Easy back, pilot.
Easy back, eye.
Looking good. Straight back. You can give me a little surface.
A little surface eye. A little more surface.
Copy, yeah, you're looking good.
Can you get
Easy
him
back.
off the
Give
edge?
me a little port. Easy back.
Yep, a little port engaged.
Port cam, come on.
Yeah,
pretty hard
back.
on the back there, pilot, or dive suit.
Okay, you're looking good. Straight back.
Roger.
You're looking perfect. Yeah, just drive under the crane. Just back.
Backing the crane.
Yeah, you're doing great. All right, you can start working that heading a little bit to starboard, bring it back. A little starboard lat, yeah.
Starboard lat.
Yeah.
Yep. Going max.
Yeah. Nice job, pilot. That'll work.
Raj. Pilot off, stick.
Nice job, pilot. You're out of the water. Let's kill thrust.
Roger
You haven't
that.
already?
Auto heading disengaged.
Okay, pilot. Let's go power.
Securing power. Hangar E-stop. And knife switch.
Knife switch.
Voltage is 0.
Vehicle's cold.
Copy.
Straps are going on. Pilots, I'll allow you to come down and help with post dives.
Roger that, dive suit. Nice recovery.
Nice job, pilot.
Dive suit, winch.
Go winch.
Yeah, can I shut down the HPU?
Yes. Thanks, winch.